Hello, everyone.
Hi, Shivani.
Hey, so I welcome you all to the first ever security conference organized by Kleap Technologies. I welcome you all to KleapCon. We are streaming live on YouTube, and we will be starting with our keynote speaker, Vandana Verma, in just a couple of minutes. I would like you to please be stay tuned on this web Zoom link. And also, I would want you to invite your friends to watch our YouTube live. Please stay tuned for this whole day conference. There will be exciting learning, uh, interactions, games. I look forward to it. And I see a couple of people have joined in early, and it's really exciting for me to see like people have turned up. All right, so the wait is over. We are joined by our keynote speaker, Vandana Verma here. Hi, Vandana. I welcome you to KleapCon.
Hi, Shivani. Thank you so much.
We are glad that you are here. Just that our viewers know you. I know everyone know you, but I want to really introduce you. So Vandana is a security leader at Sneak, and she is the vice chair at OVAS. She has won numerous awards in the security field and trained almost over 10,000 people in security. She ran her own community of security, InfoSec Girls, InfoSec Kids, InfoSec Diversity, and I think it would be never ending. So, Vanna, over to you. I would give the stage to you to present your keynote and to tell who you are.
Sure, Shivani. Just give me 1 minute. I'll share my
Okay.
presentation and we can get started.
Sure. And for those who have joined us via Zoom, if you have any questions, please put them down in the comment section. We will take up at the end of the session. And those who are watching us live on YouTube, please put down your questions in the comment section. We will take up at the end of the session.
Hi, Shivani. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, so I think we can get started. Let me share my presentation.
Sure, Vanna.
Please let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we are.
Great. Thank you so much. Shivani, thank you so much for inviting me. It's an honor to be here and speaking at the conference. Now we are kicking off the first session and we're starting off with the hackers, blacklist, cybersecurity threats, trends, and countermeasures. Now, I generally start with my introduction, but here I don't need to give my introduction. Shivani has been very kind in giving my introduction. We'll straight get into the presentation. How many ways can a thief steal this phone? Like, if we have a phone, that's our life, right? Every day we talk about, okay, these are the things that we have, these are the things that we are doing on our phone. Like, I have everything on my phone. Even if I have to give this presentation, that's on my phone as well. So I don't need to look at my laptop or anything else. Even we have camera, we have everything set up on our devices. So what exactly can happen? This is just the one way, this is the other way, this is the way. Like, is it so easy? Now comes a point, can we trust the server that's managing all the data on these? Can we trust? No, we can't trust. Can we trust the client? Like, we are using the phone, but if somebody else start using our phone or our devices or anything that we have, no, we can't trust. Then comes a point, can we trust the network which is managing everything? No, we can't trust. So if we talk about a security model, this is the conventional security model, wherein let me just stop sharing and actually uh, ask you a few questions. When you talk about security, what do you envision it as? Because it has to be a communication wherein we are discussing about all of these things. So for security, people have a convention that, oh, there is an IT team that's going to take care of it. But is it that it? No. Right now, we are at the conference, we are going live. There might be some information that will be shared on the YouTube channel or other places, but that information might be misused. You never know, right? But here, that's why we are talking about cybersecurity. And cyber security starts at home, starts anywhere. Right now, I have a smart TV that has some credentials, and with that smart TV I can access anything and everything. But who knows, there is a malicious person sitting right next in a house, and they are actually trying to get those information. Like, they might be able to play around. So that's what I do. When somebody is watching a TV, somebody is watching a show on the TV, what I do is I have a like a remote configured on my phone, and I play around with it. It looks funny, but does is it funny? No. If somebody else in another house does that for me, that will be very scary for me. And this is how conventional security model used to be in an organization, wherein there's an internet, there's a firewall, there's a LAN, there's a DMZ zone. And then we used to think, oh, there is a firewall and everything would be balanced. But now in today's era, can we say that this is it? No, we have so many things going on, and we can't say. If you don't if you don't relate to it, I'm sure some of you might be able to relate to it. Now comes a point, what does the lesson show here? The lesson is to not trust me or what it is. Now, this is not it. Wherein I always say, I trust you, but I always verify. But now I have come to a point wherein I never trust you or anyone, but I always verify. Even when you are using any devices at home, you always do that. Where we are talking about threats, where we are talking about countermeasures, or where we are talking about what could go wrong. If I talk about breach statistics from the past few years, 6 trillion as a cybersecurity cost, which is like the minimalistic I can say. Now it is hugely expanded. If I talk about a data breach, average cost of a data breach, that costs 3.62 million. That's such a huge cost for an organization. 80% of the data breaches happens because of the privilege access abuse. Now, I know my device password. I'll share it with my husband. Like, literally, I'm telling you this. He might be checking something and click something and something gets downloaded. Like, I trust him fully. But can I trust that the links that he might click would be secure? No. I don't. And I say it up front that when you have a device, when you are working in an environment which is a corporate environment, you can't trust anyone. Think about passwords. How many of us are using passwords? I think most of us are. Now, when all of us are using passwords, do we keep sharing? Yeah, we do keep sharing. Like, I know the password for my brother, for my mother, for everyone. But is it safe? No. And that's when I actually switched to password manager so that my family can use the password manager. They don't need to remember the password, and they can only take care of the password manager. Passwords are like toothbrushes. Do you share your toothbrush with your family members, your friends? I don't. I don't. I think nobody else does. So why do you share your passwords? It is as unsafe. And then we talk about everything and anything can be hacked. Literally anything can be hacked. And that's when I became a monster and I can hack into anything, literally anything. I would love to see Shivani's password. That's going to be interesting one. And I know she has a dog. She might be keeping her password on the dog. And the fun fact, it's nowhere related, but there are three Vermas who are giving sessions today, and the three Vermas are not related, even though you want to spy on it. So here, if I talk about Facebook, Facebook has admitted cyber attack multiple times. There are people who keep trying to hack into all these vulnerability, and that's when naming shaming comes into picture, which is true, which is getting away slowly. Earlier, it used to be fancy. Oh, I hacked into this account. It's all over the place, and that's when authorities come into picture, and so many things which happens. And when we talk about attacks, how can we miss this? Wherein a lot of Twitter accounts got hacked, like the top officials. And then there was a message that you'll be like, if you pay this much, you'll be getting this much bitcoins, and so many things which happened. Right? That was that was very serious. Like the top officials' accounts were hacked, and not just that. I remember like all those internet connected devices. There was a huge attack on them. I have internet connected devices at my home, like I just told you, smart TV. But then there are other internet connected devices as well. And we keep seeing those ads. We have what you call it as the smart geyser, smart AC. When you go out, you're in a very nice mood. Okay, it's a nice thing. Now, while coming back, it's so hot and you want your house to be chilled. Like you have a smart AC, you turn it on from your phone, but as soon as you come home, it's boiling hot. How bad that could be, or how scary that could get. You might not even realize, but somebody might get into your AC or geyser. That's going to be very troublesome. So, what we can do is we can avoid all of these attacks, and even human heart can be hacked. You have a pacemaker which runs via internet, anyone can monitor it. It is actually meant to be monitored by a doctor, but then I can see it, what's going on. And there have been attacks wherein there is an operation going on and system goes down because it's been hit by a ransomware. And if you remember WannaCry, how bad that hit the whole world. Like I remember getting onto a news channel and talking about it. I was nervous being on that, but the whole world was getting scared of it. A lot of medical systems, a lot of electrical systems, mechanical systems, everything was at stake. And that's when even the normal person got to know that yes, these attacks can happen. If I talk about criminals, criminals could be crackers who are just computer savvy, who is just trying to create computers or computer programs. And then there could be script kiddies who just keep launching those scripts. I was a script kiddie once, wherein I was very fascinated about this work when I got into cybersecurity. And uh, suddenly you realize now this is something which we shouldn't be doing, but then there are script kiddies which still exist because they keep trying all of this. But there are system administrators who manage all of this, and if they become disgruntled, anything could go wrong. And criminals could be anyone, could be an insider, could be an outsider. And a lot of attacks which happen, they happen because of insiders. And I wouldn't say that they are always disgruntled or they are always trying to breach a company. But at times what happens is, insider, they tend to click on certain things which actually turn out to be something else. And that's when the main issue arises. I am a normal insider. I keep checking things. When I am checking, I tend to click on, oh, this seems very nice. I click on that, and that's when there is a backdoor which gets installed on my system. And I'll tell you a funny story. I just started in cybersecurity way back in 2005-6, and then I got my first laptop. Like I bought my first laptop, and it was very fancy. So it was like we will try everything on that. And when I was trying, it was fine. Like for initial 1 year, we were trying things and everything was fine. But one fine day, I was like, let's try adware. Adwares are very interesting because you keep getting ads. Like, okay, I infected my own system with the adwares. It took me 3 days to clean it because it infected my registries. I had to clean up registries and do whatnot. And that's where I did first my reverse engineering on that malware. And I was like, oh, I'm never going to do that. And that's when I realized I should use virtual machines for it. And it can be from anywhere: virus, worm, Trojan horse, social engineering, rootkits, botnet, anything. Anything can impact. And that's when we need to have some countermeasures. Now, these countermeasures, I'm trying to build it for organization and for ourselves. Now, for an organization, they're trying to build a zero trust architecture. Now, what is zero trust? The way I said, never trust, always verify. And when you always verify, you have this kind of an architecture, whereas you have a main system and then there are multiple systems which are interconnected, and you're chunking down all those systems. Like I have a building, and then there are multiple floors on it. So I chunk down multiple floors, and if something happens on one floor, I can just shut it down, or I can monitor it. I can get alert from those systems because I know there are smaller systems. I don't need to vaguely look or shut down all of those systems. Or I have multiple buildings. There is something in one building, so I can't shut down all of them. Most of the time, what happens if there is a breach, we shut down all our systems. That happens a lot of times, a lot of breaches I've seen. But in zero trust architecture, you have multiple systems, multiple users. And one good thing about it is that uh, we have a kind of environment wherein we have least privilege. If I am right now a keynote speaker, I shouldn't be managing this session. Shivani is managing this session. If I get into her account, I will say, I'm the keynote session. I'm going to be giving all the sessions. I'm going to be removing all the people who come into the session. Right now, there are some people who are listening to the session, so I can check out anyone and everyone. But that's not the case. If in an organization, we have to balance out everything from secure gateway to remote employees to everyone. Right now, we all are remote. I've been working remote for over close to 2 years now. Now, when 2 years, that's a huge amount. So that means there is a network behind which is helping me to get online to manage everything. Yeah, like this. Somebody just started unmuting themselves and then they're speaking in between, right? So, see, this control plane architecture or the zero trust architecture says, let's monitor everything, like literally monitor everything and segment the access. Right now, if I am a manager, I shouldn't be accessing the director's account. And this reminds me of a story that we were testing one of the systems. It was not recent, but a couple of years back. It was the system wherein you get hikes. Right now, I have a budget, which I will give it to my team. And then similarly, my director has some budget. Then their VP or then the CTO has some budget. So there is a hierarchy which is there. Now, if you are an employee and you can access the top system, that what account they might have, because generally the accounts when get created, they get created with your ID. Now, I can breach that system, how juicy information that I could get. Fortunately, that was an internal system we were testing. But if it would have not have been tested, what could have like gone wrong? I could have seen anyone's salary in this whole organization, right? And that's when, if we don't have those segmented architecture, that who can access what, and at the same time data classification, what kind of data we should be using. I have segregated my own data, my presentations as well, that these are public presentations, these are internal presentations, this is my phone. And even I have segmented my phone. I have two phones. There's an internal phone which is like, this number is with family, and if something goes wrong, they can call me anytime on that number. And there is a public phone wherein if I want to disconnect myself from the world, I'll just go ahead and shut down my phone and nobody even get to know. And they'll never be able to reach me out. And the same way, shift left architecture, where people talk about that we need to start building security from the initial stages, like start from the beginning, empower developers, empower security teams. This is left behind a lot of times because we stop for a review, we stop it. And that's when automation helps, because we don't want to slow down the business. And that's when the code comes into picture. Any website that you develop, how much of a code is the custom code? It's mentioned on the screen. 10 to 20% of the code is custom. Then how much of a code is open source? 80 to 90%. And containers and infrastructure as a code. Like, I'm a huge fan of infrastructure as a code. But does it come with a cost? Everything comes with a cost. With great power comes great responsibility. And that's when we have to look at the misconfiguration. If you look at the Ponemon Research Institute report, there are most of the times the misconfiguration is like the challenging piece. That's when we say human hacking. And we have seen these breaches wherein we are using those softwares, but sometimes we tend to use an old one. My website is all open source. When this is open source, which is good, which is making me enable, or which is enabling me to have these things fast. But if I don't detect all of the old systems fast, old dependencies fast, what will happen? The breach, and even my website can get breached. So this is one thing which I really like about when I talk about any countermeasure, that there are AppSec frameworks which we can leverage for our applications. But then there are multiple networking frameworks, there are multiple environmenting frameworks like chaos engineering. What is chaos engineering? It's an art and science of testing an application early on before anything can go wrong. And even Netflix talked about it like way before it actually became the thing. They came up with Chaos Monkey. And this is one thing which really helps in testing our applications. Observability, wherein observability is nothing but a measure of how internal systems behave. And it is more than just monitoring. It's, people say it's a theory, people say it's a practical, but it is actually enabling us to manage anything and everything, from assets to an environment to network to everything. And it is not just in-house, it is cloud-based, which talks about control plane observability, container serverless observability, application observability, network observability, and how it can help fixing the incidents, looking at the incidents. And at the same time, it helps us in investigating. So there's a breach that happens and we are not able to investigate. I've been talking about mix and match, wherein a person and an organization, and I actually intentionally did it because when you think about your daily life, then you can think of it as a corporate life. Because I always think of any incident as like, if it happens with my surrounding, with me or around me, like that's how my brain goes. People think it could be like going in a negative direction, but that's how cybersecurity people think. And if somebody steals my phone, they'll have access to my pictures, my everything, my chats, my emails. But I have an 8-digit password. So my father used to have a pattern, and he was like, oh, I have a security on my phone. And in 2014 or 13, I learned how to remove patterns from the phone. Like, okay, very nice. Yeah, you have security on your phone. Like, can you give me your phone for 2 minutes? So our brain works in the same direction. So he gave me his phone. I connected it to my laptop, ran a script, and is like, now it's not your phone, it's my phone. Now give it to me. He's like, what you did? I said, I removed your patterns. So why should you have a pattern which is so easily breakable? And that's when people say use a passcode, use a passcode with the mixed characters. Yeah, I have a like a passcode with the mixed digits. I have I have encrypted my phone. So even if somebody gets it, I can do a remote wipe on it. And that's when the investigation comes in. I can investigate who's trying to do what on my phone. And within an organization, you can actually share the previous related incidents as well. It's always a team sport. Cybersecurity is a team sport. Everyone has to do it. Me, you, Shivani, everyone. Now, all of us are trying to do it, are trying to do our bit. And that's when we are trying to be on this call and talking about what are the threats, what are the countermeasures, and how we can deal with them. Now, when it's a team sport, it's all about people, process, technology, and a culture. All has to be mixed. Without it, it cannot work. What about you? Have you ever been hacked? I know one of my email addresses was hacked once, but how did I get to know? Have I been pawned? So if you go to this website and check your email address, you'll realize if ever your email address has been part of any of the breaches. If yes, change your password, please. Don't keep the same password. Don't use the same password for all of your websites. I know it's easy to remember, but it is as easy to get hacked. Oh, yeah. I wanted to make it like I had half an hour and I wanted to make it like a short presentation wherein I can connect with you. So you can reach me anytime on my Twitter handle, LinkedIn. And thank you so much. And I'm opening up for questions because I want to ask, like, I want to let people ask questions.
Thank you, Vanna. It was wonderful, beautiful, and especially I like the part where you said we don't use toothbrushes, we don't share it. So why should we share passwords, or why should we have same password? So that really caught me, because even we are in security field, we should understand the importance of how well our passwords should be. So I
Yeah.
think with diverse backgrounds, people will understand like it is important to have a very strong password.
Yeah, and
So
Shivani,
if
I'll tell you something. I'll
Mhm.
tell you something. When I was like, this is something which always stays in my head because when you have these tricky things around your house and you do that. So when I was talking about it, one of my VPs said, or he was a CISO, like VP at a CISO. So he said, "Why do you say toothbrush? Talk about undergarments." Do you ever share your undergarments? No. Then why do you share your passwords? Like they are the most important things. And now we live in a virtual world. Whatever you say, even though we are homebound, we are living on the internet. That means we have credentials, we have passwords. And so make sure you don't share it with anyone, even to the most closest person you have.
True. With this, do you have anyone in the uh, viewers? We have any questions for Vandana?
So let me tell you all, if you don't ask me questions, I still have 6 minutes left. I'm going to be here. I'm going to embarrass you. Like, I'm not going to be embarrassed. I can be on stage and I can like ask me questions. Ask me questions. And if you are nervous in asking questions, don't think that I'm going to be nervous or embarrassed. No, go ahead and ask the questions. And that's what we are all here for, right? This conference
Absolutely.
is
So
these
let me
net.
ask you one question. And this kind of
Yes.
relates back to the same topic that Shivani and you were discussing about not sharing the passwords. And this could be on the lighter note as well, saying that great to be married to a security personnel, but how do you manage when your wife or your spouse asks for the password?
Okay, so the fun fact, my husband works in cybersecurity too. And sometimes we tend to ask the passwords, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to give you the password. So he knows me. I am the flip brain. So what you can do is, see, we have apps, right? So what I have done is I have given him like we have bought password manager wherein you can have multiple subscriptions. So I was like, I'll fill it into your uh, like your password manager, but I'll not give you, even though you have access to it. Now comes a point wherein when you are using a password manager, you will not remember my password and you will never be pushing it anywhere, because we have common Netflix accounts, we have common Amazon accounts, so you can't have multiple subscriptions of those things, right? So we use password managers for that. Like, okay, let's fill it, so that you don't need to ask my password, because this is something, even if I say that I'm not going to share it, but I'll have to do it, or I'll fill my password, I'm not going to give it to you. And especially for my bank accounts, it's a big no.
Fantastic. So that's one point that I cover in my session as well. So I would request everybody to stay tuned, but an amazing answer. And my spouse, as you're listening in, let's install some password managers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Any questions? And for me,
I'll just quickly check in YouTube if we have anything on YouTube. Okay.
but I have to say something while you're checking, that I love the KleapCon backgrounds. Like, it's so fancy and colorful. Everyone is in different colors, so it looks pretty.
Thank you, Varna.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there is a punchline that I said, that there are 3 Varmas who are going to give the session today. But 3 Varmas, even if you do social engineering, they're not related any
Not
which
related.
ways. Yeah.
So that's an art in people hacking. So people usually think like it is there, but sometimes perception is varied in day to day.
Yeah. And I think that's what everyone does. Whatever they say, we all social engineer. We all try and do the OSINT, which is open source intelligence. Like, I wanted to know about Ravi. So I, like, when we start having a conversation first, and I, okay, we have the same name, and then Shivani. Oh, okay. How are they related? So I started doing that, and that's what you do. And even for us, we are all corporate people, so we go to LinkedIn, Twitter, and see that how people are connected, what they do. And a lot of people tell me that we are trying to get to know about you. So everything is there on social media, everything is there on the internet. Whatever we say, everything gets posted. I remember posting some pictures like 4 years back and then taking them down, and my friends coming up to me like last year and saying that, oh, these pictures look nice, but we have never seen it. I was like, I've taken them down, and I realized they were there on the archives, right? So anyone can get access to it, because once on the internet, always on the internet.
True, Vanna. I hope you remember the first time when we met. We had a chat, and I told you, okay, you are going to Sekan in Bangalore, and then you will be going to Goa for Nalcon, and you were like, "How do you know?" So I actually, did a social engineering on you. Okay, where is she going? Where do I have to follow her? And then finally we met. So this is also one fun point that I would like to bring up in people hacking. So
Yeah.
everything is posted online. We can have everything, and we need to know about people. So it is our responsibility to check and to have that under control, what we want to show to people, what we want to tell people about us. So that's one thing. And it was very lovely having you, Vanda. It was a beautiful keynote. I hope everyone who was listening and watching got benefited. It was so real and so relatable to people these days. Like, I don't think so it could be better than this.
Thank you so much, Shivani. It was a pleasure to be here and to speak about the day-to-day things that we generally should be worrying about.
So with this keynote by Vandana was our first session. So we will be moving to our next session, which would be taken by Ayushi Varma, and it would be latest trends in data governance and protection, which will start precisely at 12:15. And meanwhile, we will have some interesting uh, sessions or games or questions for you all to participate. So Let me get that started. Okay, so I want everyone to participate in this, and I will ask very few questions, and I would want, uh, if you know the answer, please do a hands up. You have that small icon below. You can see reactions. You can do a hands up, and you can unmute yourself. The first one to answer. We'll feature you on our social media handles. Let me ask my first question to everybody. Are you ready? Can I see thumbs up or okay, great. Okay, I see few thumbs up. All right, all right. Okay. First question. Deep web is also known as, okay, I see Kiran flashed. Jyoti also flashed. Who would want to answer? Kiran? Or you can write your answer in the comment section. Yeah. Okay, with this, we also are joined by Ayushi Verma, who is our second speaker in line. Hi, Ayushi. Welcome to KleapCon.
Hi, Shivani. Thank you.
So just to introduce Ayushi to everyone, Ayushi have done her computer engineering and she's currently pursuing her MBA in information technology from Symbiosis. And she have also worked in institutes like Cape Gemini and also interested in some tarot card reading. So after the session, Ayushi, we will be asking you for questions regarding the tarot reading as well. And
Yeah.
Ayushi is giving a session on latest trends in data governance. I'm sorry. So Ayushi will be giving a presentation on latest trends in data governance and protection. And I would let Ayushi take over now.
Thank you, Shivani. I'm just sharing my screen. Let me know once it's visible. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Ayushi, your screen is visible.
Okay. So thank you, Shivani, for introducing me. Today I'll be talking on latest trends in data governance and protection. So a short introduction already, Shivani did introduce me. I would like to just elaborate a bit on that. So I am currently pursuing my MBA from Symbiosis, and I am a cybersecurity enthusiast. I have worked for almost 3 years in Capgemini, and I have worked on governance risk compliance field. So that is why I have really so much of, you can say, interest and hunger to learn more in this field of cybersecurity. And I have worked on SSA audits, SOX compliance, SOC reports. So yes, this is something in short about me. And the first thing which I'll be talking about is data collection management. So today, if you see, many organizations have focused on formalizing data consumption practices through distribution technology, access-based delivery mechanisms for analytics, and AI functions. However, with data protection laws and positive awareness across the world, firms have extended the formalization to data collection management. Thus, in fact, the first thing which comes in place, or you can say the first stage of this life cycle, is data collection. So we need to formalize the data collection from customers and third parties. So if you see, managing data quality should be done first at the sources across the multitude of native and digital channels. Harmonizing data quality rules will be consistency in sourcing correct customer data. There will be an increase in the use of AI-based discovery of data rules that will make it much easier for data offices to achieve the scale of fixing bad data. For example, validity rules offices to achieve scale of fixing big data, or you can say bad data, rather, I would like to say, not big data. For example, the mobile numbers can be consistent across all channels that create this data from customers to partners. This approach removes ambiguity in monitoring for data quality, even though data is siloed. Measuring accuracy using artificial intelligence can be of really great help. Scale and diversity in data is also another important aspect through which data quality and data governance can maximize our outcomes. So classifying and labeling legitimate data is, I can say, the next step, which is an important aspect of classifying data that is curated from customers or third parties as private and zero copy data. Data protection practices suggest minimizing data curated from customers to reduce the threat surface from data security risk. Extended trust to customers is the next step, which I feel as trust builds up with customers, and there will be more forthcoming in providing you additional zero copy data to improve the services and products they receive. For example, if I'm traveling to Europe, I'll be providing my dates of travel and locations to my bank. This enables the bank to provide me a Forex card, as well as enabling international transactions and increasing the limits on cards. Ownership and stewardship is something which I feel is very important to traverse divisional silos. Data ownership is often not a full-time job for most data owners. While it can be a full-time profession for data stewards, we see an increased focus in organizations to enable full-time stewards. At the outset, the context of data should also be recorded by stewards and owners in a central namespace like a catalog. Data governance is a methodology that helps implement individual shared ownership of data across the organization. Often, without the context of a data element, it can be non-relevant to customers to provide AI and analytical models. Deriving accountability for privacy will be an enabler. The next which comes after data collection management is data distribution management. So there is a merit in having, to drive events in customer journeys based on insights derived by deep learning model that crunches real-time data. This requires data being pipelined in real time rather than mini batches or batches to a data lake or cloud warehouse to run artificial intelligence models. A simple question you should ask yourself: do you want to process streams of data before a state of an application changes, or you are okay with pipelining the data into a warehouse to derive insights within a time frame like 15 to 30 minutes? While we break this down, data architecture and engineering are associated with having the right stack available while satisfying security requirements to move data internally through batch, real time with low latency, and semi-real time with acceptable latency. For example, while a customer fills out a data on an application form for a home loan or a many bank propagation model that uses real-time data can derive decisions based on demography like flood insurance or fire insurance or prompting for other protection plans. Or it can in fact predict fraud or typos from customer in certain correlated data like income or place of work. The below enablers, which I'll be discussing now, are some of the important areas that have an impact on data distribution gaps. Data delivery management. How is data being delivered from the sources? Platform governance. Are there any processes that make storage policy relevant along with costs? Data provisioning. Are sources of truth certified across the landscape? Metadata and meaning of data. Is there any unified data fabric or business information model to build confidence through standards? Integration management. Are common standards and canonical models leveraged? Data availability. Is data discoverable by rightful consumers with ease? Gartner predicts that by 2023, organization can accelerate time to integrate delivery by 30% by employing data fabrics. Platform governance. In the past few months, firms have accelerated digital transformation across multiple journeys of onboarding and servicing customers. This has been possible by integrating and aggregating multi-sources as well as taming the data swarms to deliver quality data. Platform governance is the mantra to a healthy delivery of big data and native platforms. An increased number of platforms, including native data warehouses, cloud warehouses, data lakes, are being fueled by cost parameters for compute and storage and have increased the complexity of platform teams. A formalized methodology is required to maintain authorized provisional sources, integration methodology, and redundancy maintenance, and some other use cases like deleting specific instances of customer data. Future-proofing businesses with data strategy is something like analyzing the data and digital strategy of the organization at intervals of change to organizational strategy, which will assist the alignment and increase the benefits. The next, which comes in line when we talk about the trends which are going on, is governance of data on modern cloud. How is data being governed? Governing data involves having to create a control environment if your change strategy is regularity driven. Else, it is about creating an enabling environment that assists the organization in monetizing data for benefits Moreover, the prime focus of leadership must be understanding the business value of data governance in the cloud. Most organizations will prefer a hybrid cloud setup as it is a popular choice. With this popular mix of data spread across multiple cloud providers, including Azure, AWS, GCP, as well as on-premise traditional systems which are used, governing data becomes even more important today. Each cloud provider will maintain its catalogs and integrate them with the enterprise catalog using a push model as a relevant choice. Data security in a hybrid cloud is an evolving area with guidance evolving on the best approaches to encrypt and anonymize data. IDC predicts that by 2021, over 90% of enterprises in the APAC region will rely on a mix of on-premises as well as private and public clouds and legacy platforms to meet their infrastructure needs. So what is the increasing data awareness and literacy which we should be aware of? Knowledge of data in context, data processes, best techniques to crucial to democratize data, I would say. However, with technology advancements, including virtualization, self-service discovery catalogs, and data delivery mechanisms, the internal data consumers can shop and provision for data in shorter cycles. In 2020, it took organizations anywhere between a week to 3 weeks to provision complex data that includes integration from multiple sources. Also, an increase in data awareness will help data consumers explore further available dark data that can provide predictive insights to create new user stories that can propel customer journeys. Measuring benefits from data management and aligning to value chains. A lack of focus is common across organizations, and they assume data governance as an extension of either compliance or a risk function. Data literacy will in fact change the attitude of business owners towards having to actively manage and govern data. There are immediate and cumulative benefits from governing data, either by defining the data or fixing the bad quality of data. But there is a need for a value realization framework to actively manage the benefits of data management services. Data ethics, blending of data privacy and data sharing can bolster innovation in the business ecosystems by unlocking economic value of data. The first step for any startup or a well-established organization is to build a controlled environment that can govern and manage data well. This activity, like marketing, can create a culture of sharing for digital customer centricity. As data governance is known to have a cascading positive impact on corporate governance, at the same time, people outside the organization start trusting the organization as a steward of their data. A well-matured organization can be called a data trust, where the control of data is being held through its customers. Through organizations, controllers, or processors of data, the group can be viewed as having an ethical element in having a fiduciary duty to maintaining the integrity of people's data. What is data protection, if you say, in today's world or in 2021? With an increased focus on data protection and governance policy in governments, awareness of these methodologies will assist in preparedness for compliance with the laws. Governing data will bolster digital transformation. Customers have already started embracing digital handshakes with marketers at a rate even faster than the previous year. If you see an example, US consumers have spent more than 66 billion online in July 2020, 55% more than 1 year earlier. Use of artificial intelligence in data protection is something which is largely dependent on economic and societal needs. While artificial intelligence develops better customer services by wrangling trillions of pieces of big data and learning from it, data protection is poised to build trust in people to share data with organizations. A recent survey from Gartner showed that over 40% of privacy compliance technology would rely on artificial intelligence by 2023. Now, I would like to share some light on the current scenario of middle size, large size, and small size firms and how data quality and data literacy is playing a role in shaping the current scenario of data regulations and legislations. We all know that the US Privacy Act was passed in 1974, which maintains the restrictions on data held by government agencies. HIPAA has been passed, CORPA is there, GLBA is there, SOX has been passed, ISO is there, GDPR, which aims to protect the European Union citizens' personal data, all have passed. And the recent, in 2020, last year, we saw California Consumer Privacy Act, which restricts how companies collect and use data. 2020 has laid the groundwork of a pipeline of developments on the privacy and data protection front. While we may see the scope and purpose of PDP, which is Privacy Data Protection Bill, broadened before it tabled before the Parliament in 2021, we could also expect significant regulation on the economic and commercial usage of non-personal data as well as ownership aspects. The PDP bill may also be made available for discussion and stakeholders' comments once the revised version is released. The position on data localization and cross-border sharing of data is yet to be finalized, which is a policy decision that will impact most businesses operating in India. However, in the backdrop of the PDP bill, we expect to continue to see industry-specific data policies and regulation by sectoral regulators such as drone-related policies, which may give rise to new issues, including cybersecurity and mandatory disclosure to the government. It is also clear that judiciary is more cognizant of privacy rights than ever before, which is a sign of a strong data protection regulation ahead. A number of new data security laws around the world have been enforced. In a surprising turn of events, after a series of setbacks and delays, Brazil's data protection bill came into force in September 2020. However, its administrative sanctions are not expected to be enforced by regulations until soon in 2021. There was another important aspect which came in Australia's Privacy Act. Earlier, it was started in 1988. However, in 2022, it is expected to complete and be enforced. In conclusion, I would like to say that 2021 is set to be an exciting one for privacy protection legislation, such as several notable privacy laws will begin enforcement, with several others falling in line to the new international standards set by the GDPR. Cross-border transfers are likely to be one of the big compliance issues being tackled by legislative bodies and data protection authorities to ensure a regulation and normalization of data transfers between the countries. I would also like to add by saying that the right to impose fines lies with the government and the data protection authorities and law governing bodies. However, there should be consent. There is actually no consent right now necessary for profiling the data. The Swiss regulation, which was passed recently in 2022, brought about few changes in GDPR. Some of them which we saw were, the consent for profiling was removed, and then we can say that the right to impose fines was restricted to the cantonal law enforcement authorities. So as we see, these are some of the changes which happened in recent times of, how data regulations and legislations have changed. There are some other changes which we saw, which were transfer abroad, like the revised DPA governs cross-border transfers of personal data slightly differently than in the past, but the practical consequences are very limited. It is now up to the Federal Council to bindingly determine the countries that are considered to have an adequate level of data, you can say data protection laws, and to which the data can be exported without special precautions. So far, it has been the federal government of Europe which has maintained a list of countries with which it assesses on this topic, but the list was not binding, and the schemes have been such that the disclosure of personal data to foreign authorities have resulted into becoming more easier. Previously, this was often only possible in context of judicial proceedings. The changes which we saw in Switzerland are some of the important pioneers which we can say, and we can learn from there, wherein Switzerland also does not go as far as the GDPR in terms of the requirements for valid consent. Especially, nothing changes here compared to the current legal situation in Switzerland, with the exception of a minor change with respect to profiling. There is no need to inform on the possibility of withdrawal, and multiple consent declarations can be combined. The grounds on which data processing activities were justified remain more or less same, and in the current bill also it is the same. They go beyond what is provided in the GDPR. What has been worded slightly more restrictively is the justification for non-personal processing processes, example, statistical uses, and the justification upon which credit agencies have been relying. They now have to delete data that is older than the 10 years in the event that a data subject so requests. The principle of privacy by design is now also explicitly included in the law. By strictly speaking, it has always existed, even under the current Data Protection Act. Indeed, the only provision that is new in the Swiss version of privacy by default, which is relevant only in cases where a provider of an online service provides data protection settings as a part of such service, which must set by default so as to limit data processing to the intended minimum. There is no duty to appoint a data protection officers, whereas the new Data Protection Act provides the companies can appoint what is referred to as data protection advisors. There is unlikely under GDPR no obligation to do so. Yet most mid-sized and larger companies will not be able to implement data protection properly unless they have appointed a possible person to deal with data protection. Furthermore, foreign companies with significant activities in Switzerland will have to appoint a Swiss representative, but we expect only a few companies will be subject to this requirement. Thus, the obligation goes much far less than the corresponding provision in the Article 27 of GDPR. Right to information has been restricted. So the requirements for contracts with data processors, that is companies to whom controllers delegate their own processing of personal data, such as cloud services practices, have been tightened up somewhat. Namely, the use of subcontractors must now be approved by the controller. Yet, the new provisions still fall short of those of the GDPR. Since the requirements under the Article 28 of GDPR are nowadays considered standard in the industry, we do not expect any problems for controllers to ensure compliance with the new rules under the Data Protection Act. The revised Data Protection Act governs cross-border transfers of personal data slightly different than in the past, but in practical consequences are very limited. It is now up to the Federal Council to bindingly determine the countries that are considered to have an adequate level of data protection and to which data can be exported without special precautions. What needs to be done now? Most companies should have enough time to implement the most important provisions which are coming forward in the revised Data Protection Act. First, they should review their data protection statements in light of the new requirements and adapt them, or if necessary, create new ones if they have nothing in place as of now. The most time-consuming part of this process is usually the internal review of data protection activities to ensure that all cases in which the company procures personal data are covered. Once a company has obtained this information, it can create or update the data protection statement and establish an inventory of data processing activities. If such statements and inventories have already been created for the purposes of the data protection laws, they can to a large extent be reused for data protection acts. So with this, I would like to say that the new policies which have been implemented in the recent times of last year and this year are having large differences and having very few changes in terms of profiling and other aspects of federal laws. As a next step, the supporting ordinances will now be drawn and submitted for public consultation. We also are expecting the Data Protection Bill of India to come in and be enforced by the Parliament. And that would pave the way how India would be looking forward, and it would also help in governing a lot of data protection aspects and privacy of our companies which are regulated in India. And now I would like to close the session by saying that we have heard a lot about data protection and data governance activities. However, it is our role, it is our judicial practice in organizations which might help in creating more awareness through data collection management, data distribution management, or you can say applying different technologies which we discussed, like artificial intelligence, or being in compliance with how data protection works in today's world. So let's be more vigilant, be in tune with the new latest trends which are going on, so that we do not lose on any aspect of protecting ourselves and our customers as well as our organizations as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you, Ayushi, for the brilliant session and insight into data governance and data law practices. Yeah. Although we had like a lot of other countries following data protection acts like GDPR and JLBA as told by you, and India is also moving towards PDP. I hope it passes. So we are also on the way of securing our data, and right to information, as you accurately said, that people can ask for their stored data when they go to a site, or cookie management. You have also seen like so many websites have now updated their cookie policies where you can allow certain things and you cannot. So I think this is a great step, like in India, when we are moving towards PDP, and your session was brilliantly put up on securing the data governance. And with this, I would like to ask people in our viewers, like, do you have any questions for Ayushi? She would be really glad to answer those. If you can write down your questions in your chat or you would like to ask personally, please raise a hand. We'll unmute you. Okay, I think Ayushi, you did your session so wonderfully. People understood everything and they do not have any questions.
Yeah, I
But
hope so.
but you would, we would be glad, like if you can connect with people and if they ask you questions over LinkedIn or Twitter,
Sure.
right? Please connect with Ayushi.
Yep.
She is brilliant on data governance, and I hope we all will get benefited from it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for the wonderful session, Ayushi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ivani, for having me and allowing me to speak something on data governance and data protection, because this is one of my favorite areas in cybersecurity, I would say. I have been studying, I had worked here, and then that's how I got interest. And eventually, I have taken those, lines to learn more in the field of cybersecurity, only because I got that interest while working in, the data governance field. So that's the reason primarily why I'm here today. Thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Ayushi, for speaking. And it is very rightly said, as we are moving towards this virtual world where we all are working from home, it becomes all the way very important for everybody to be secure, to secure their data, because now everything is just online, and your whole life is online. It is on us how you protect it, how you are protecting yourself, your data. And this is like the first step in the field of cybersecurity in terms of like a layman. If I want to know, I should know how to protect my data. As in our keynote speaker by Mrs. Vandana Verma, she also said the first step is from us. How do we protect our phones or the passwords we use? So that's the first step. And I hope we are on the right track in spreading that awareness. So security is a booming field and everyone should be aware of it.
Absolutely. And I feel that since we have, whenever an organization is set up, whether it's a startup or a already established organization, there is something which is related to laws and governance and compliance field, which they have to ensure for, getting more customers, or you can increase their customer base. There is something which they have to do. And that's something which I am talking about is the compliance field or data protection. They have to be compliant to any one of the standards. At least they have internal controls which can secure and ensure that these things are kept in place, so that their own data, the customers data, the service providers data, everything is secure. Otherwise, if there is nothing in place, then I don't think so any organization today will be running so smoothly, and will be able to expand in today's world. So this aspect is something which everyone should look at, and keep updating themselves on what changes are happening, what is happening in today's world, to be in line with the latest trends and technologies in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayushi. So with this, we wrap on Ayushi's session today. And we will have few interesting games for you all before we break into lunch and we come back with our session again. So I want you all to stay and participate and, experience the fun that we have for you all. Okay. I would like to ask you, Vank, are you ready?
Just give me a minute. I'm just preparing for that.
Great.
Yeah.
I hope you haven't made it very hard.
No. I haven't done it very hard.
Okay.
It's pretty easy. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen, right? So you have to go here on this website, kahoot.it, and enter this game pin.
Can you put in link in the chat for everyone to go to the link?
Sure.
Play.kahoot.it.
Just kahoot.it.
Okay.
KAHOOT.it.
Guys, I request everyone to kindly open this link in your browsers. Okay. And once you have opened it, what is the game?
Names, with your own names, actually. Or you can.
I see people logging in.
Yeah.
That's great. Let me do it too. Guys, come on, log in. We can see you. Okay, we'll give 1 more minute. Yes, I can see. Come on, guys, be a sport. It's okay if we answer wrong. I don't see a lot of people. I don't see Ravi logged in, Jyoti, Rupali, Kiran.
Well, Ravi is logged in, if you know.
Okay. Be a sport, guys. Let's come on, log in.
I guess the first quiz will be identify me. Who am I? I am logged in.
Okay, let's roll it out. Yuvank.
Okay, so I think we should start, right? So yes, we are starting, right? Okay. So here's the first question. You have to answer it from your phones. This is the question. Now you have the answers. Tap these symbols on your phone if you think it is the correct answer. Yep, thanks up. So yeah. So stalking was the answer. So yeah, that's it. So money is on the top. Let's see how it goes. Next question. Okay.
I'm not sure. I might be wrong.
Let's. So yeah, now it's jumbo on the top. Very good. Let's go further.
Ravi, did you cheat?
So yeah.
Okay. I think I got this one.
It's a very easy. Okay. I wanted to know who are these two people. So let's see. Oh, Jumbo is on the top. Very good. Okay, which of one of the following is a weak password? What do you think, guys? Okay. Not bad. Oh, money comes up.
See, I think it's the lag in the network. I'm clicking.
Bring it on.
Let's go for the next question. Jumbo is still on the top. This is not a private search engine. It's really easy, guys. Okay. Let's see. First phase of hacking. Here comes the hacking part.
I should win this.
Because you already have the answers, right?
No.
Okay. Aisha is doing good. That's good.
Why is my name not even featuring? I'm just clicking.
You have to do it very faster. So that is the key. It's a tough one. Nice. Let's see. Jumbo is still on top. Jumbo, do you know my answers? Okay, let's go further.
You only prepared it now.
So here is the, oh, Nishant is coming on the top, right? Very good.
Oh. Finally, I'm happy to see my name.
Okay.
Okay.
So money. Let's see. Is this or not? Come on. Let's go further. Nisha is coming on the top. Okay. So yeah, the few last
Amazing.
questions. You changed or not? Okay. Let's see. Lohit. Very good, Lohit. That's good. First search engine on the internet. Come on, guys. It's easy. Let's see.
Wrong.
Okay. It's fine. So here's our second last question. What do you think it is? Okay. Shant, very good. And Anshika, very good. She's coming up top. Let's see. Next. Last question of this game. Really simple, really simple question. Yeah, it is. And Shambo. Cheer up, guys.
Amazing, Ravi.
So, who is Mani? Can we see Mani on the chat?
Is it Manish? Manish is Mani?
और इसी के साथ अब बनते हैं करोड़पति.
आपको मिलते हैं 7 करोड़ रुपए.
अकाउंट नंबर भेज रहा हूँ, युवांग डाल देना.
Okay. Thank you guys for participating. And as per schedule, we will be breaking in for lunch now. But please be here on this link. We will be back at 1:45 for a wonderful motivational speaker and his experiences. So stay tuned and at 1:45 p.m. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us back. We will be starting our next session in a couple of minutes. We are already joined by Ravi Verma, our next motivational speaker. Just 2 minutes more so that I can give some time everyone to join back in. All right. So today I am joined by Ravi Verma. Hello, Ravi. Thank you for agreeing to speak at KleapCon.
Thank you, Shwani. I think, as you've said, motivational, I think this was the right time post lunch to motivate everyone.
Very true. So if I have to introduce Ravi, Ravi have almost 18 plus years of experience in management. And he's also currently leading a global support organization for a prominent SaaS vendor. He have led different organizations in different time zones and in different languages too. He is lead auditor for ISO 22301, that is Business Continuity Management System, the YouTuber, and he is also a mindset coach. So this is a small introduction that Ravi, I have to give you. I would leave the stage to you to introduce yourself and go ahead with your session. All the best.
Thank you, Shwani. I'd request if you could turn on recording on Zoom as well. And thank you so much for kind introduction. I had a specific slide for it, but I think we may just want to skip that for the time, right? So first thing, let me just start the timer because I've just got 30 minutes, and in 30 minutes, I've got to cover a lot of slides and a lot of important points that I had, which I wanted to bring in this avenue. Knowing that this is a hardcore technical session that everybody's going to come in and talk about. Now, I, for one, believe that having hard skills, technical skills, is immensely important. And at the same time, one has to have soft skills. You have to have that grasp on your soft skills so that it's really amazing when you kind of outperform everything or everyone. Now, what am I talking today? I'm talking about virtual excellence. I am sure anyone who saw the topic would have thought about, does excellence exist virtually? Well, no, excellence does not exist virtually. Excellence is excellence. You have to be excellent physically in the presence, right? You just cannot be excellent virtually. So that's why we went on to define the whole topic as in leadership and success in the virtual world, this COVID, post-COVID world where everybody is working remotely. We are touching each other's life virtually, like this session. Ideally, this would have happened in an arena where people would come in. We all could have met and networked. But today we are on a Zoom session. This is a virtual session, right? So how do we be successful and at the same time show our leadership qualities in this virtual world? So that's what we are going to cover today. Let me take you through the agenda that we want to cover. That is, we want to just quickly touch upon leadership, and I want to share my thought process about what I believe leadership is, and probably I can motivate you guys to think on the same lines, that it's not a title, but it is something more than that. We also want to understand about what's excellence, what's perfectionism, and what would you want to choose. and then identify the key skills that one needs to have in this virtual world. We kind of alluded to the one of the most important aspect of leadership or key skills that one should have in the virtual world in the both sessions, both of the previous sessions, which was that we spoke about, and I kind of hinted everybody that we will be dealing with that in my session. So that's an important skill. With that, let me just give you a brief intro about who I am. Shivani has done it beautifully. Thank you so much, Shivani, for that. And just that I am a big believer of mindset. Mindset is everything for me, and that's what I believe in, and I talk about it, and I also coach people around that. If you wish to join in, I have a YouTube channel called Focus Hive. Come be part of that hive. Now, I also have a day job. I work as a senior manager with Dhruva. It's a SaaS vendor, completely living and breathing in the cloud, has an amazing product line for data protection. And if you want, we can get along and have a cup of coffee and discuss about various products and technology that we work on in Dhruva. But today, we're just going to talk about excellence in virtual world. So let's get on with the topic and quickly touch upon what's leadership. For me, leadership is mindset. And why do I need this mindset to be strong? Because I need my mindset to be strong to take important decisions. Because after all, it's a choice. At every situation, you're given a choice to choose to be a leader or not. So if you want to choose to be a leader, you have to be mentally strong. You have to have a growth mindset. You have to be very, very, very clear about what you want to achieve. And that's why I always often come and connect choices with mindset. So it is a powerful mindset for us to always take that righteous decision, no matter how difficult it is, right? There are so many times that we'll have an easy path and a difficult path, and we will be like eager to finish or reach a goal, and at times we would want to take a shortcut, but is that wise, right? And that's the defining moment. That's the defining moment. That's the snap of your finger. You take the right decision to take the righteous path to achieve your goal, or you take a shortcut to achieve the goal. And that defines whether you're a leader or not. And that's where your complete mindset comes in play, because it's a conscious decision that you have to do. And it's not like a switch, right? You cannot be a leader from today. Okay, I want to be a leader. From today, I'm a leader. It will not happen. You have to put in practice. It has to be your muscle memory if you really want to achieve something, or if you really want to define yourself as a leader. You have to constantly keep doing or taking the right choices. As you do it multiple times, it becomes your muscle memory, and then it comes easy, and then it's not difficult anymore, right? So that's why it's a conscious decision, and you need practice. And that is how you kind of take yourself from where you are to leadership, right? And what makes us hero, right? How are we defined as a hero, or how anyone else? There are so many heroes that we look up to. What defines them, right? As I'm pretty sure everybody has seen the Marvel movies, and towards the end game, I mean, I don't know if you cried or not, but I did when I watched this movie. When Iron Man passed away, I was in my tears, man. It was weird to see him go, because for the fact he was as flamboyant as one can get. And in the end, what he chose was a very difficult path to take control and to decide that he will ensure that everybody is saved. Didn't care about his own life. He did the snap, and he ensured that everybody else is safe except him. And that's what defines one, right? The path that you choose defines whether you're a hero or not, and not the powers that you're given. So again, we choose wisely. And at this point, Shivani, I'm going to request you to kind of launch the poll, which talks about what we should go after, right? Perfectionism or excellence. So I request everybody who's watching, listening, to go in and share your thoughts. Like, just take the poll and let us know, what do you think we should go after? Perfectionism or excellence? And we'll take a pause, right?
Okay, we got 4 responses.
Cool. I can see responses come through. I'd like to request everybody else to kind of hit that mouse. Awesome. We got 6 responses so far. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyone else still thinking? Just hit that button, right? Another second or two. All right, Shani, if you want, please go ahead and share the results. Actually, it's there on the screen right now. Hopefully everybody can see that, right? So, right choice. Excellence is what we should go after. Shani, can you end the poll? All right, so there you have excellence. Out of 6, we have 5 participants saying excellence. And that kind of reinstates my thought as well, because what is perfectionism? Perfectionism is focused on doing the right thing, how it appears, and if others think it's right or not. So the control is with others. If you've read about locus of control, it kind of touches that point. So if you've not, please go and Google something called as locus of control. Very important concept that will definitely help you. Now, on the other hand, excellence is about doing the right thing, and it is focused on the reason for the task, and it is based on the success of the task, right? Perfectionism is ever changing, and it's like you reach a point, perfectionism moves further. You reach the other point, perfectionism moves further. So it's kind of, if you may, Mrig Trishna, it's kind of that. But if you look at the curve also, or if you look at the perfectionism scale, you are excellent at 100%, but you want to go beyond that. That is a self-abuse, and that's what I definitely don't want anyone to go after, right? So that's why choose wisely. Always look up for excellence. Look for excellence in every task that you are doing, every task that you want your team to do. Do not go after perfection. Perfection is just an illusion. Excellence is what you should go for, right? I think everybody believes in that, so thank you. And with that, we quickly move into the key skills that you need to be successful in virtual world, right? And before I actually touch upon virtual world, I just want to talk about an important aspect of leadership. And I want to take you to President Truman's desk, right? If you look at a placard on his desk, it says the buck stops here. And there's a reason I'm taking a pause, just for you guys to digest this fact, right? Any problem that's thrown at you, any task that comes by you, anything that comes across you, it has to stop there and get resolved. That is how, and that is why accountability is the most important fact that a leader should have, right? If you are just passing the buck, it's not my problem, the other guy should fix it. That person did not do it, that's why there's a mistake. Well, that's not the right answer a leader would ever give. A leader will take accountability of the situation, no matter what others did, no matter what others are going to do. That person, he or she will take accountability of the situation, of the problem, and ensure that it is resolved. Now, don't get confused that I'm saying that you have to solve it, right? But you take the ownership, you take the authority on it, and you get resources. You get people who can actually solve it, but you don't just push it. That's very important. You take control of the situation and you be the accountable person to ensure that it is taken care of, right? uh, I was speaking with someone yesterday, and we happened to have a conversation about a difficult decision that the person had to take about releasing a performance improvement plan for the employee, and he felt that was the right thing. But when we dug in, we kind of understood that the decision that was taken by the management was not the best, which caused the employee to kind of have some repercussions, which caused dip in the performance. So giving the performance plan was not the solution. We discussed and decided that the ownership of the solution was with the management, and this person had to go back, present his case, and get it resolved at the source of the problem, right? But if you just do, okay, I gave the feedback and that's it, that's like passing the buck, right? So you don't pass the buck. You ensure that you take the accountability and resolve the problem. And that's, and from me, and from my point of view, I think accountability is number one key skill for anyone who wants to call themselves as a leader. Not necessarily a manager or a vice president or whatever. Leader who can do things the best possible way, right? And that's why you given more responsibility if you do things the best way. Now, with that, moving into the virtual world, now in this post-COVID era that we are in, everybody's working from home. We are not touching each other. We are not sitting together, right? We don't turn our chair and say, "Are you doing this? How's it going?" Or I can't say, or I can't see their facial expressions when I'm saying something over the phone. So it's very important that we are cognizant about giving time, right? And that's why I've kept the first point as patience. In today's world, one has to be really patient. uh, Maybe you can raise your hand, how many of you have sent out an email, sent out a message, and expected a response in the very next minute, right? If you're doing that, I'd request, don't do it. Have that trust that whoever you have asked, they will respond. Give them that time, right? So you trust your people, you give them time, you have some patience. And if you see that it's really getting delayed, then connect with them and try and understand why there is a delay, rather than just questioning them as to, "I've been waiting all day, you've not responded." That's not the response nobody's looking at. You rather reach out to the person and discuss with them as to what happened, there's a delay, if they needed any help. Two different responses for the same problem. So it's very important in this world, in this post-COVID time, that we have patience. Moving on towards clarity. Clarity is important. And again, you can call it that this is something that's important in physical world as well, right? If you are getting into a leadership position, if you are driving workforce, if you are moving up the ladder, you need to be clearer in your thoughts. You need to be able to take decisions, and you need to be able to communicate it clearly, right? Just sending an email, fancy email, doesn't make it really clear communication. If you have an idea in your mind, how are you able to articulate it? How are you able to ensure that your team is able to understand exactly what you see as the end result? Are they able to see the same thing? Are they able to understand how to report back the progress? Are they able to understand what steps that they have to take to reach that goal? All of that comes into clarity of thought and communication. So it's not just one email or a phone call that ensures that you have clarity in communication. You may have to spend a lot of time in prep work. Let's say you get into a project. Let's say you had a beautiful idea and you want to drive that as a project, or you want to freaking make a company out of it, right? So you need to have great clarity on that. So you will have to have a lot of documentation around it. What you think, you have to have prototyping it, you have to do a lot of things on your own, and then go back to your team and explain them and see if they're able to understand what you understood, right? So you have to match that. And then you have to understand if they're able to follow those instructions, drive those actions, and then be able to report back to you what you expected as a result. So this is very important in today's world, because again, we're not sitting in front of each other. We don't see their body language. We don't see facial expressions. All we can see is tone of voice, or maybe on a Zoom sessions with a background, right? You never know, you're talking with an employee and maybe you have a feedback session going on, and the environment at home is very tensed. Maybe uh, family is having some kind of disconnect. Maybe the spouse is having some rift going on with the employee, and they are just talking with you. So you don't know what's going on. They might be responding to your questions. So it's very important that we understand their environment, be able to change, shift gears, and all of that is very important in today's world. At this point, when we touch upon the tech savvy, I want Shivani to kind of release another poll, and let's see if everybody is able to kind of respond to it. I would request everybody to take that.
It's live now. Yeah, we see responses coming in. Come on, guys.
All right, so we've got some responses. Shivani, if you want to share that. All right, so we got 40% for Zoom, 60% to Office 365, none talking about Google Workspace. That's okay. This poll was not to identify which is the tool that's used most, but it was for that we all know that there are virtual tools that are being used, right? Now, Office 365, let's talk about that, right? You have got uh, Word, which is online, PowerPoint online, Excel online. How much do we really use all the features of it, right? Do we know that we can tag someone on a point and attract more collaboration? Do we know that when we are in meeting through Outlook, does our status show up as busy in a meeting on your office applications, maybe in MS Team? Does it show that you're busy? Are people still trying to reach you, right? So those are the things that you need to be really aware of. I know as you climb the ladder, you one kind of tends to lose touch from technology, but this is required now, right? It is, no matter how old you are, no matter where you come from, you need to be tech savvy. It's not that you have to go and write codes. It's not that you have to be able to create algorithm and softwares and applications, but you need to be able to use the tools that are implemented for collaboration in a very efficient manner, right? For an example, we all use chat utilities, right? We have Slacks, we have Teams, we have got uh, we can call plenty of them, right? But how many of us are really aware about the statuses that we put, right? Going for lunch, going for dinner, in a meeting, right? Not well, things like those, right? Yes, you put an out of office when you're going on vacation, or you've taken a leave, you put a out of office in your email. But do you send an email to your team members saying that you will not be available from this to this, and put it on their calendar, so that they go into the calendar and the first thing they see is that, okay, you're not available, so they know right in the first thing in the morning that, okay, you're not available, so they will not touch you. So those are some of the important key aspects that we need to be aware of, the tools that we're using, right? Because when you're a leader, you're a manager, you're a senior manager, you're a VP, you are an exec, right? Or you are an entrepreneur, people need you. Your presence, they need to feel your presence. Uh, you need to be available all the time. But you're a human being, you're not a robot, right? So you have to set those boundaries, you have to set those expectations, and then you have to also make sure that people know about it, right? You are on vacation, nobody knows about it. They'll keep contacting you, they'll keep having expectation, and then because you're on vacation, you're not able to respond. What kind of image they'll have? अरे इसको तो कुछ पड़ी नहीं है यार, right? That's probably you're unknowingly you're telling that you're not, you really don't care. But if you are able to convey to your team that, okay, I will not be available from this time to this time, during this time you can reach me on a certain number, and if they reach out to you and you respond to that, they know that you're very particular about things, you are structured, you have proper planning. All of that reflects and kind of trickles down in your team also, so everybody then starts following you. And with that, I just wanted to touch upon this tech savvy note, and it's very, very important for this virtual world. And at the same time, you need to be empowering. Empowering is a big topic, but in this world, when you have everybody remotely dispersed in different location working, you don't want them to come in and check for every goddamn thing, right? You need to give them some authority to take decisions of small activities, that of smaller decisions that they have to take on day in day out. They cannot be looking for permissions for everything, right? So you need to give them that authority. Hence you have to delegate it, right? So you have to delegate some of your tasks, you have to delegate some of your authority as well. So that is an important aspect, because if the moment you delegate little bit of your authority to your team members, they start feeling important. And the moment someone feels important, they're empowered and they're suddenly more motivated than you could ever imagine. So that's very important again, right? So delegation, as they say, when you grow up in the ladder, if you start delegating, and if your work is being given to your team, then you basically start taking more work of your boss, and then eventually you take that guy's position and he takes his boss's position, and that's how it grows, right? And your folks take your position, and that's the whole cycle of promotions and growth kind of happens. Hence delegation is very, very important, and we need to ensure, and this is a key aspect of motivation, right? A lot of time people think, do R&R, give them awards, give them recommendation, send them for holidays. ठीक है, वो सब अच्छा है. But end of the day, if they don't feel empowered, if they don't feel that they're part of the decision, no matter how many leaves you give, no matter you send them on official trips outside India, they'll still be hungry. So try and make them part of the decision. Try and give them that authority. So that's very important. With that, these are the 4 important points. I just want to take a pause and say if anybody has any question around these topics, which I would be glad to answer.
We have a question in the chat box. Nitin have asked.
So Nitin has asked, sometimes while you are willing to take ownership, other stakeholders easily escape by passing the buck to you and become non-responsive. They can adapt after that. How do you handle such situations?
Yep, that pretty much defines you are the leader, right? They pass the buck. Let them do it. And that pretty much shows up in your performance that you're the go-to guy. You eventually become the go-to guy if you're able to take control of situation, if you're able to take control of the problem and get it resolved. Yes, it feels bad कि अरे यार मैं फंस गया, कोई काम नहीं करा, मेरे को फंसा दिया. You will feel, one feels, I also feel a lot of time, but if we continue to do that, it will show up as a positive point for you. But at the same time, as I said, clarity of communication is very important, not only because not only up top down, but also bottom up, right? If I am doing something, or if I am being tasked for something, and or I have been delegated, or I have been passed a buck, I will ensure that there is clarity in the responsibility, right? Because eventually you have a set of tasks that you have to do, and if someone pushes down a lot of work, you will end up not be able to complete some of the tasks. So you have to be able to negotiate with your stakeholder as to which is the most important one, and at that time you have an avenue where you can discuss about these situations that you're often coming across, which is causing you to take those meetings where you have to negotiate about tasks that you have to kind of shift up or down. Because if you continue to do that, and if you're not clearly defining why you have to do that, you have a situation where your stakeholder would start feeling this guy always negotiates. But if you're having a clarity in your communication saying why you're doing it, why you're in this situation, probably next time around you'll not have that situation, because your boss or the stakeholder will ensure that you don't fall in that situation. Hope I answered a little bit.
So my question is, which supporting skills are important for leadership?
Which supporting skills?
Yeah.
Would you like to elaborate a bit?
I mean, when it's come to team leader, what should a leader should have for a supporting to the team or to the company, or when it's come to the team part? So
There are 9 such skills. Some of them are written here, but I can share that offline. But just to touch some of them, one is vision. That is number one, right? Unless you have a clear vision as to what you want to achieve, and this goals can come from exec level to maybe a FLM, that this year, this quarter, you have to achieve these goals. Now that FLMs or that leaders responsibility is to have clarity in himself first or herself first as to what they have to achieve, right? So that's where their vision comes in, and then they need to have very clear communication. Apart from that, in my point of view, empathy is another very important aspect, as Kiran has also mentioned, right?
yeah.
Empathy is super important, because unless you have that feeling as how others would go through a particular situation, you will basically respond or behave as a robot, which you don't want to. Discipline is also great one, Kiran. Yes, that pretty much defines, which I was trying to talk about, when we are tech savvy, we are using a particular tool. If you're not disciplined, chalta hai yaar, chalna abhi break pe jate. But if you are disciplined, you'll actually take that 1 second to make that change in your status so that everybody knows that you're on break. So that's very important.
Okay.
Yes, Vashisht, leaders should make leaders. All right, guys, with that, as my clock is saying, we are 1 minute up above the target time that I was given. I'm sorry for that. Let me just take you through what happens if you are following those aspects, or if you have those skills that we just spoke about, the effect of that, right? On a lighter note, you will be worthy of wielding Mjolnir. And that was an awesome moment. Anyone who watched this movie, that was an awesome moment when Captain America picked up that hammer, right? Nitin, I will come back to your question. Let us just talk about what are the effects if you are a great leader, right? You will have an improved morale for the team. The team is motivated and they're charged, and whatever goals that are being set, they will be able to achieve it, and you will have clarity on it. That is where the clearer objectives come in, right? Because you yourself are very clear about what you want to do, how you want to achieve, what is the strategy, all of that becomes a part of your clarity. And if you're able to impart that clarity to your team, things become very easy, and it brings decisiveness and action. And without capability of taking decisions and doing actions, no goals is achievable. So that's very important. And as we discussed, right, discipline, best behaviors, ethics, all of that kind of trickle down. If you as a leader follow that, all of that trickle down to your team. And as Vashisht mentioned, leaders should make leaders. When you are making another leader, that leader, when these good qualities trickle down, they are also going to go ahead and do the same great behaviors. So positive attitude is contagious. With that, let's go back to Nitin's question, which says sometimes your immediate reporting manager is biased, with some team members giving them certain type of task and giving particular tasks to you. And often you find yourself doing all the hard work, but not getting credit. What to do? Very real and common problem. So there is a theory or a concept which talks about managing upwards, and we can connect separately, Nitin. We can discuss about that in details. Managing upward is a very important aspect of a corporate job. We People spend a lot of time in becoming managers, new managers, transitioning managers, whatnot, and in that, all you get to know is how to manage your team members. But there are seldom any questions that comes up which talks about managing upward, right? So so managing upward is very important, and there are great concepts around that. And you really need to be able to understand what gets your immediate manager respond. That is important. So you will need to go through that concept a little bit, and you will be able to manage the tasks or the credit thing that you're talking about. So there will be balance. Awesome. I will share that. I'll share that. Shivani, if you can help Nitin and me connect, it'll be grateful.
Sure, Nitin. I'll share the details with you over email.
Awesome. My YouTube channel is Focus Hive. We'll share that again. Nitin, thank you so much. Yes, with that, let us come to the slide. And guys, do we know Money Heist got released? Yes, it did. And what are we doing here? We all are here talking about security, listening to talks on leadership, which pretty much means we are out of our comfort zone. I would have loved to be in my bed under the blanket with the AC on and watching Professor do his best. But we've scheduled that for some time later. But we are going to talk, and we are having this session. And I think each one of you have just taken a choice which defines that you are a leader by joining this KleapCon. With that, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ravi. It was an amazing session. I particularly liked the money heist slide, because I had literally told myself yesterday night, I wouldn't watch it because if I watch it, I won't stop it. And I have to be morning 11 o'clock here for this conference. So, I will be postponing for another day. And I haven't watched it. So, with this, do we have any more questions for Ravi? I would be happy to take those up. All right. So with this, Ravi, thank you for this amazing session. I hope people would have benefited from this. and it was glad to have you on KleapCon. We hope to see you next year as well. And Nitin, I will share the details after the conference with so that you can connect with Ravi offline. And it's great to have everyone.
Thank you. I loved every bit of it as well. And awesome questions, very real questions. I love to connect with each one of you and discuss about these points and be of help.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And with this, we also have our next speaker joining in with us, Neha. So welcome to KleapCon's first edition, Neha. We are all eager to know more about you and listen to your session.
Hey, hi Shivani. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm ready to kickstart the session in next 5 minutes. So hold on your breath, and we'll just start in under 5 minutes. Yeah.
Sure. So meanwhile, we have an interesting game for everybody. So now when we are in the mode of Money Heist and Marvel, so I would let Yuvank kickstart an amazing questionnaire for all of us.
Sure, man. Let's start. So please allow me to share my screen, right? I'm sharing it.
So for all those who are playing this game for the first time, we want you to log into kahoot.io or TO. KAHOOT.IT. I have, is it? Please find the link in the chat section.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
So
Everyone, please log into kahoot.it and enter this game code.
Guys, what are we waiting for? Right. Yeah, we have that. Okay.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay.
Yes, come on, everyone. Please register. Kahoot.it, KAHOOT.IT. Enter the game code, your nickname. All right, we have one more.
Hey.
Amazing. Come on, guys. Please register. Okay. We'll give 30 more seconds actually. Okay. Let's start. Let's start, Yuvank.
Do you have anyone else joining? No? Okay. So you can start it, right?
Right. Please start.
Okay. Let's start the quiz. Very interesting. So here's the first question. So this is the quiz. We are on
Okay.
Iron Man here. Let's see.
When Tony start first.
You just have to press these things there on your phone, on your devices which you have logged in on. So,
Oh,
it's easy.
this was tough.
Scientific method. Okay.
Oh,
So only one correct answer. Very good. Let's see further.
I think it is Vashish who answered it right.
Yeah, I think. I think we have enough time for that. The clock is ticking.
I'll Google it.
Actually can't. That's like opposed to the game rules. Okay, so we have 3 correct answers. Oh, what is I think again on the top. Good. So,
We have 4 answers.
only 2 correct
Oh.
answers. Yeah, okay. Here's a good one. Jarvis.
Jarvis.
Oh,
4 correct answers. That's good. Raptor is on a streak. That's really. Let's go. So here's our last question. You have to make it faster to get more points. Simple as that. Okay, 3 correct answers.
all right. Thank you, Yuvank, for the interesting quiz. Though the questions were very tough.
Questions. Last 2 questions remaining. Let's
Okay.
come. One correct answer. True or false? It's very easy. Okay. Here's the last question of this quiz.
Vashish is winning this quiz.
Yes, I think so.
Die-hard fan of Iron Man.
Only one correct answer, and here's the podium. Third question, second question, Vashish. Who's the first one? Okay, very nice. Well played, well played. That's good. Okay, so yeah, I'm stopping my screen sharing. So,
Thank you, Ivank.
yeah, thank you.
All right. And welcome, Neha. Welcome to KleapCon first edition. So I would like to introduce Neha to everyone. Neha have 14 plus years of experience in security pre-sale management. She holds BSc in electronics from Delhi University, and she have worked in prominent companies like HCL, IBM, Nokia. She is currently working as senior security consultant at VMware Carbon Black. She is a part of diverse communities advocating security, and she herself is a strong advocate of women empowerment. So Neha, welcome to KleapCon, and I now give the stage to you.
Thank you so much, Shivani. Thank you for sharing this opportunity. It's a wonderful privilege to be here at KleapCon. And since morning, I've been, logging in between and hearing a lot of speakers, starting Vandana, Ravi. And believe me, it's been an immense learning. I mean, I've been definitely going back to YouTube, look out these communication end to end, because I strongly believe that, there is definitely a learning for all of us here. So with that, let me just quickly share my screen and then come back to the agenda. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. So today's topic for session is securing containers and Kubernetes. Shivani has already given a lot of introduction about me, but like for a quick intro, I would define myself as a passionate learner into the cybersecurity domain. That's the only definition I could give about me. And those who are interested, they can follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. And with that, let's come back to the agenda. Agenda for today I've kept is that, we are talking about modernized application in cloud native environment. So what are the key drivers behind it? And let's talk about, some of the challenges, how different is it, from the traditional way the applications are being managed. What are the key security risks and threats when it comes to, containers and Kubernetes platform? And then let's talk about, some of the security approach using which we can target to secure our containers. And then towards the last, I'll definitely talk about some of the tips that, we can opt here for our InfoSec as well as, for the developer community, because we strongly believe that, security has to be a mindset, and we strongly believe that, security has to be baked in right from the build stage. So we'll definitely talk about some of the key takeaways that, how we can secure our modernized app in a cloud native environment. And then, yes, the floor will be open to Q&A. With that, let's understand, the key drivers. Now, this is something, which the Gartner also predict. And, I strongly believe in that, by 2025, more than 85% of the global organization will be running containerized application. And we have to understand the mindset behind it. See, we see that, more and more applications are getting containerized, are moving towards an agile platform, which is more scalable, which is more, I would say, flexible and dynamic in nature. So that's where, the world is going towards. And this is, I would say, a significant increase to what we were looking for in, way back in 2019. So we see a strong force behind it. And then definitely there comes a need to secure that. Now, before we move into this, delve more into that, I would leave audience, with this slide, which talks about, some of the glossaries and the references, because this is a whole together a different world. We are now looking things from the developer environment. So we really need to understand these terms. What is a node? What is an image that runs over the containerized platform? So image, as you understand, is just a static file, immutable file that actually executes that actually includes executable codes. What's a container? Container, if you see, is just another process, which has got no guest operating system, which I would say, has got less maintenance, which only contains your application code, dependencies, so that applications can run quickly. With container, you take advantage of the cloud native technology in a more agile and in a more DevOps method. And then what's a pod? An abstraction used in the Kubernetes. A pod is a one that, that can hold one or more containers. And then a cluster is nothing but, the cluster you can imagine from your workload environment. A cluster is nothing but, that can hold a series of, nodes together. And the namespace, a very important terminology here that, is used in Kubernetes. It allows you to hold your multiple virtual clusters. Let's understand that, before we dive into, the security and, the solutions, let's understand that, how the definition of an application has changed. So we used to see that, application used to be built on a monolithic model that, used to have a single large code base where you used to have your applications running over the infrastructure with the databases. Now, if you look at, the modern apps, they are built over the microservices architecture, which is more driven and communicating with the APIs, your web UI, your API gateways, which is more, I would say, portable, which is more modular in nature and more, I would say, scalable and dynamic in nature. Now, if you look at from how this used to get built, so you could see that, the traditional application, an application used to be built in a virtualized environment, which has got, your applications, your dependencies, operating systems running over the physical infrastructure, which used to be, I would say, quite secure, reliable, and highly available. We used to have our own traditional, security solutions, which used to secure this infrastructure. And now, if you look at, the modern applications are built on container platforms, and then this is, I would say, more portable, more packable, more faster, and more easier to update if you look at, from the developer point of view. Now, the challenge is that, how do we secure that? And to dive into it, let's understand, what are the security risk threats all about it. So let's understand that, the overall cloud native container technology ecosystem, we are now communicating here with multiple technologies, multiple ecosystems, which will have a whole DevSecOps point of view. We are talking about container security, container registry, which is, I would say, a repository of all container images, where we have to follow a complete life cycle, which will have DevSecOps tools, which is definitely, going to talk about, next generation technologies like, serverless technology, platform as a service, which is having a complete container based infrastructure, which is, including your container management, storage management, your container networking. And then comes cherry on the top, you have to have a complete governance on top of it, that, how you are monitoring, how you are logging, how you are tracing your infrastructure. So we need to have this understanding, which is, as you see, which is large, which is complex, which is, highly scalable and dynamic in nature. What's the need? Now let's understand that, what's the need to drive and embrace the DevSecOps. We definitely see that, we really need to build, validate, and maintain the containers. We really need to ensure here that, the container images which are building constantly, they are secure. And that's how we need to ensure that, the complexity around, managing these container images across clusters and the cloud, we are managing it on a constant basis. Now, let's talk about that, what are the key challenges? We are definitely talking about this ecosystem, but if you look at this challenges, you'll have to look at from the three different lenses, from the developer point of view, definitely from the security point of view, and from the infrastructure point of view. From the developer point of view, you'll see that, this is now a complicated part to the production. They have a huge, I would say, agenda that, the modern application has to be forced into the production, starting from the build cycle in a faster way, and then from the security point of view, they are not, they have to secure this environment from not just from the traditional method, but rather they'll have to have a visibility into the containers and the Kubernetes environment. And we strongly believe that, the existing security tools, they are not sufficient to manage and prevent this malicious activity. And then it becomes more and more, I would say, challenging for the IT operators to provision the resources, to provision, the privileges across, the different applications, across, the different, I would say, the containers which are getting into the production environment. So there is a constant need for both, I would say, all three of them to work together rather than being in a silos environment. So breakdown of silos is must here. And that's where, we talk about that, it has to be a shared responsibility to be a successful DevSecOps. If you look at from a application point of view, where the developers are constantly building and deploying the applications, and then looking at from the security point of view, where the security, as I mentioned, that has to be baked in right from the build stage, and then from the infrastructure team, who has the owners to manage and govern this environment in a secure way. So that's, I would say, a secured shared responsibility for all three of them. Now let's look into the Kubernetes environment. We spoke about the container environment. Kubernetes, as we understand, this is the master API, which is kind of orchestrating your Kubernetes environment, which has got your code and code which is running into the container, and then orchestration is a big piece out here. But orchestration is not a cakewalk, I would say, out here. If you look at from a point of view, it is both a technical as well as an organization challenge. Look at from a legacy perspective, how traditionally our security stack used to be, or the technology stack used to be, where we used to have our app, your virtualized environment, and then beneath we have an infrastructure. Now if you compare it with a Kubernetes environment, which is more and more complex, have got microservices based architecture, which has got multiple workloads being deployed and being shunning off in a rapid environment. And then we have got these organization which moving towards a distributed ownership point of view. And then this does not look easy. If you look at it, is not just an orchestration layer, but rather Kubernetes is performing whole hell lot of tasks, starting from storage provisioning, load balancing provisioning, your network setup, your RBAC based control, process privileges, your secret management. Definitely not an easy. It's not just can be looked from an orchestration point of view, because this is where security hits. If you look at, this is opportunity for an attacker. If you look at from a storage provisioning, from load balancing provisioning, I would say it's a remote access to workloads, starting from your network setup, from your process privileges. It's easy for attackers, because once you look at I would say from an attacking point of view. And if I have to really talk about some of the top security risk in a container environment, first and foremost that I have read and what I have seen a lot is that the common goal for attackers in a container environment is crypto mining kind of attack. They want to, if you ask me, they really want to run their own resources over the target environment. Second, I would say one of second topmost risk, if I have to share with you, I have seen that the cloud native environment is full of secrets. The cloud native environment is full of your passwords, your tokens, your credentials, and that's what attackers can use to mount their attacks on sensitive databases, on the storage resources of the organization. And third, if I have to talk about again one of the major security risks in the containerized environment is that the third goal for attackers is to bypass the perimeter security, so that they can do the lateral movement of an attack across your organization. And how attackers are doing it, if we try to understand it, they are trying to look for the misconfigured management APIs within this cloud native environment. It could be your Kubernetes, it could be your API server. And if we see that the endpoints are exposed to the outside world, which are lacking authentication and proper authorization in place, then I would say it is just a cakewalk for an attacker to go about them. Second, I would say approach for an attacker could be that to introduce malware within the public images. We understand that we have these APIs exposed in a public environment. So we have a lot of open source out here in the Kubernetes world within their environment. And developers, as we see, they are downloading images from these public registries. And once container is run, it will connect to just to the outside world and download these additional tools to establish a CNC and start the attack campaign. And I would say the third and the foremost approach that the attackers follow out here is the exposed application APIs. When I say exposed application APIs, you can think of that use of infrastructure as a service, infrastructure as a code out here makes it very easy to expose services to internet. And if such a service that doesn't have enough security controls in place, for authentication, for authorization mechanism, having a least privilege kind of an approach, that again becomes an opportunity for an attacker to, get into your environment and perform, to elevate the privileges, perform container escape kind of an attacks on the host. So this is where, we really need to understand the threats and the risk within, both your containers and the Kubernetes platform, and then take a step further that, how can we secure them? Now let's understand that, while we are talking, these threats are really real. You can see, these were some, publicly exposed vulnerabilities which were there in the wild, which, talks about that, how these environments were exposed by the, were exploited by the attackers, with various CVIDs. You can just Google out any one of them and you'll see that, how hackers, were behind these key targets to exploit these kind of vulnerabilities. Looking into this, we really understand now that, Kubernetes really needs definitely a new approach to security. We understand that, Kubernetes is really powerful. It's a master API within your platform, and that really makes it very risky. We understand that, there is a massive increase in network complexity. It's no longer a traditional architecture. Rather, it's an architecture which is very dynamic, very scalable, and that's where, the traditional security methods will no longer be relevant. And then we really need to have a shift left approach where the security has to, kind of baked in right from the build stage. It has to be, cannot be an afterthought. Rather, it has to be baked in right from the build stage. So rather than, being a traditional IT mindset, it has to be a DevSecOps mindset. And then let's talk about some of the, I would say, the container security risk as well, because that's where, the container is the one, which is running your container images. So we understand that, your containers can be exposed to the public environment, which could be running your insecure images, which could be, having multiple vulnerabilities. So this is again, one of the major security risks that can be exploited by the attackers. And then attackers may be running, privileged facts. There can be, unrestricted communication between containers. So we have to have a least privilege and a proper RBAC controls in place. And then there could be, we need to have proper monitoring and management tools, which make sure that, if they're the attackers which are running rogue, your malicious process, we need to have, we have to look the container security from both the ways. If I really have to say that, we really have to look at, pre-runtime as well as, during the runtime environment. We have to secure it both sides, wherein we understand that, if the containers are running in the runtime environment, then we have to have, the behavioral analytics in place, which should make sure that, the containers images are secured, even, they are into the production environment. And then containers which are not properly isolated from the host, that also becomes a target for an attackers to exploit. And then these are, I would say, some of the threats which have been defined by NIST, very relevant, very important that, you make sure that, these threats, which have been defined by NIST, when it comes to securing our, Kubernetes environment, then we make sure that, we are adopting an approach which is securing us not just from the container image risk, but, having a holistic approach, taking care of, the host-based risk, orchestrator-related risk, register risks, image risks, as well as, your container risk. And then, as you see, which really ensures that, your environment is protected against all these kind of risk. Now, with that, we understand that, securing container is not just enough. Modern organizations have to ensure that, your environment is secured against both, the container risk as well as the Kubernetes risk. The container risk, which could be running your insecure images, unrestricted communication without having a least privilege, RBAC controls, which are not being monitored, which are not being isolated. And then similarly, we spoke about some of the Kubernetes risk, how, we really need to prevent these kind of risk, where we understand that, in a cloud native world, which is full of your secrets, tokens, credentials, and which can be accessed very easily, then how do we secure access to these cloud resources? How do we do the proper privilege management? How do we assign, the remote access to the workloads? Now, to understand this and, to have a proper approach, we really need to align this with the build cycle. We really need to align it with the application life cycle, which starts from the build stage itself. And that's what, I have been emphasizing upon, that, security has to be baked in right from the build stage, starting from the point, when the code is being written. So we need to ensure that, security is baked in, not being treated as a bolted on approach. Rather, it has to be built in starting from the point, when the code is being built, then when it moves into a deploy stage, and then when it goes into the operate cycle. And when I talk about, from the build stage, we really need to look at upon starting from, I would say, the pre-runtime environment, where we look into that, how this code is getting built. We look for, the image scanning, we look for the access control, we look for, the policy management. And believe me, there could be point when that, even with the pre-runtime security, the vulnerable images, are getting deployed to the runtime environment. And that's where, the runtime security comes into picture. So you have to look security from both, the pre-runtime as well as, the runtime security. And I'll talk about some of the capabilities out here as well. So as I spoke about that, from the build stage, we take care, we ensure that, we identify the risk, what are the key vulnerabilities and the threats that exist starting from the build stage. And before it goes into the deploy stage, we harden those surfaces so that, we are reducing the attack surface within the application lifecycle. And then when it moves into the deploy state, we again, we move into the runtime security. We have to have, your, I would say, your exploit prevention capabilities, your IPS capabilities, your anti-malware capabilities. We need to have, vulnerability scanning, not just for your container images, also for your source code, also for your infrastructure, to make sure, the entire environment, the entire application lifecycle management process is completely secured. And then a complete monitor and manage lifecycle as part of a operate phase. So when I talk about, the container security, the first and foremost is, we need to have capabilities which will give me a complete visibility into the Kubernetes environment. What sort of container images, are getting built starting from the build stage itself. We need to have a proper compliance and governance. We need to follow, if the organizations are following certain benchmarks from a compliance and regulation point of view, we can follow certain compliance benchmarks, which are readily available. We can adopt those policies and the governance framework to make sure that, we are following these guidelines. And then from the vulnerability scanning perspective, as I mentioned, that, we need to make sure that, container images are properly scanned for any CVEs that exist, and then monitor and control them even at the runtime stage itself. With that, I talk about some of the capabilities we need to have when we talk about, our Kubernetes environment. So modern organizations, if you see, they must be running their endpoints, they must be running their workloads, and now they are moving into a cloud native environment where they are talking about securing their containers and Kubernetes platform. And that's where, if you ask me, organizations are moving towards consolidation. They really need to have they are really looking for a unified security pane of glass. They really need to look for solutions which can give them visibility, not just for their endpoints, but rather, for their containers, so that they can quickly take an action that if they see, there is a violation, if there is a, RBAC based, if there is a privilege escalations, if there is a literal movement across these container images, they can quickly take an action across their environment. And then agentless visibility. There should not be any, I would say, dependency that, I need to, have an agent which is sitting across these container environment to provide these capabilities. Rather, it should be an agentless environment, because we understand that, how these containers are shunning in and, are kind of, spinning in and spinning off in a dynamic environment. So it has to be, I would say, agentless in a very transparent visibility given to the security team. And then, compliance automation, wherein we are talking about, shifting left, starting from the development stage. We have to have capabilities, automated policies, so that we ensure continuous compliance across, this DevSecOps lifecycle. We should be able to perform the prioritized based risk assessment. So while I am able to perform the the vulnerability scanning, we understand that, how these vulnerability scans, are being done. Typically, we are left with multiple vulnerabilities, and at times, I have seen it's not practically possible, to fix all these vulnerabilities. Then with that, I should be able to have some understanding that, what out of these vulnerabilities, which are the prioritized vulnerabilities. How often I have seen that, these vulnerabilities are part of an active internet breach across the wild. So I should be able to look into these vulnerabilities and able to look into some sort of a risk score, which gives me a capability to understand and do perform a prioritized risk assessment across a given set of vulnerabilities, so that I can detect and make sure mitigate these vulnerabilities in advance. And then going for a complete governance and enforcement lifecycle, wherein I ensure that how frequently these vulnerabilities are assessed, how frequently these vulnerabilities are getting mitigated. I need to have a custom policies and continuous visibility and management across the complete life cycle. So with that, we understand that container security has to be at the speed of DevOps. The way it is dynamic and scalable. That's where we should be able to reduce the risk. We should be able to secure our containers, and then security should not become a friction for the development team, because we understand that in the starting I talk about it's a shared responsibility. So the whole idea is that we have to have a less friction, or I would say close to I would say reduce the friction between the security team and the development teams who are working together to make sure that the entire life cycle is secured. With that, if I have to share some of the key takeaways, for me would be that reduce the risk starting from the build stage, scan the container images, secure your runtime environment. Some of the times I've been asked that if you really have to give some of the tips, what would you give? So I would say in a cloud native environment, first and foremost thing for all of us is to stay recent. We have to make sure that your Kubernetes environment is latest. You are running on the updated infrastructure, you are running the updated Kubernetes version, because each version comes up with some of the latest security updates and know-how that how it is taking care, how it is better than the previous versions. So we make sure that we stay recent. We make sure that we are having proper authentication and authorization mechanisms in place. We need to have a complete RBAC in place to make sure that we are allowing a least privileged kind of an environment. And then we make sure that we are following a proper employee chain management process, as well as we are having a complete vulnerability management in place. When I say vulnerability management, don't just look at from a point of view of your container images, but look out that how you can scan your container images, as well as your source code which goes into production, because we have seen that even the developers keeps on downloading something from the public registries, which can be vulnerable, and once that gets deployed, your entire source code may be exploited. So that's where we really need to scan not just the container images, but as well as your source code. We really need to limit, I would say, our ingress and as well as our egress traffic. We really need to understand that the egress traffic, which is leaving your clusters, your Kubernetes clusters, that should be secured, that should be encrypted, and then you are deploying enough runtime security mechanisms as well, that you have to have your runtime security, which would include your capabilities like intrusion prevention in place, behavioral based analytics in place, anti-malware solution in place. So you need to have all these solutions to have both, I would say the pre-runtime as well as the runtime security. And then scan your infrastructure as a code, your YAML files, I would say your Helm charts, and then understand what are the privileges assigned to those, to make sure your entire environment is secure. So with that, we really need to understand that Kubernetes security should not be, I would say, a separate thought process. Rather, it should be a part of your overall organization workload protections strategy. The way you are securing your endpoints, your workloads, your virtualized infrastructure, you need to adopt a similar approach when it comes to securing your container security, because ultimately it's part of your overall I would say your overall production strategy. So with that, this comes to me towards the end of the presentation that I have. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Yes, Neha, we have few questions in the chat. And first of all, indeed, it was an insightful session. I hope people are benefited from it. We have one question from Nitin. He says, like, in case of a hybrid IT environment, which is on-prem and cloud, which is more practical scenario, how do we ensure common security policies and measures around Kubernetes containers and traditional DC environment, which may have the core data for the organization like bank? Also, can we leverage Kubernetes and associated security to manage on the on-prem security as well?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, and a very relevant question from Nitin. Thanks, Nitin. So I would say out here that this is the typical scenario that we are looking into. If you ask me, when I talk to customers, when I talk to organization, most of them have now got a hybrid infrastructure wherein I see setups which are on-prem, and then we are which are moving to the cloud. So nowadays, if you talk about the Kubernetes solutions that we have, we have open source and some commercialized security solution. So they support both. They support the hybrid infrastructure. They support the containers and the Kubernetes clusters, which can be either on-prem or which can be running over any public cloud platform, maybe Azure, Google, or AWS. So now the security infrastructure that we are talking about has to take care, or I would say are being built not just for I would say for the on-prem infrastructure, but taking care of if this is I would say a cloud-based model. So in that kind of scenario, it becomes very important that security become intrinsic of the fact that security becomes built in within your environment. You have to have solutions in place which make sure that which gives you a unified view of what you are running across your environment in an on-prem way, as well as it should be able to absorb your environment which is built on the cloud native architecture. So if I talk about that, we have many security controls, we have many security solutions, some of them even from VMware, some of them from many other commercial products, which are taking care very well of this, that, which provides you a single pane of glass, wherein, which gives you a feasibility that, all these solutions are well supported, irrespective of the fact, whether they are running on-prem, whether they are on SaaS, whether they are on any public cloud platform. So this is the beauty of the architecture.
I hope, Nitin, that answers your question. Do you have any follow-up? Okay, great. So we have one more question from Ravi. So he asks, what if the build cycle is outsourced and only deployment in infra is in our control? How do we ensure the outsourced organization follows a certain standard effectively?
Absolutely. I think that's a great question, Ravi. So before we carve out any security strategy, we really need to understand the requirement. Even if it is, the outsourced build cycle, we understand that, how they are taking care of, security from the build stage itself. We, when we discuss with our customers, when we talk to the organizations, we understand that, even if it is outsourced model, are they taking care of the similar security controls which we are talking about, for our, our endpoints and the workloads? If not, then definitely we need to make sure that, the security controls are at par, because we have to have I would say, the similar security strategy that we are following. If we understand that, there are certain challenges, then we document those challenges, and then we understand that, if the build cycle, we understand that, these are, some of the ways that, cannot be mitigated. Then after the build cycle, when it comes to, operate cycle, when it comes to the deployment cycle, we reinforce those security measures. Because during presentation, I was talking about that, it could happen that, during the pre-runtime security, the vulnerability still, the vulnerability, I would say, the vulnerability images are getting deployed to the runtime environment. That's where, the security has to be enforced I would say in the deployment phase itself, which would mean that, again, when the container images are picked from the container registries, I'm rescanning those images, making sure that, the vulnerabilities do not exist. And if they still exist, they are getting mitigated. And if they are not getting mitigated, what are, the counterways that, we are taking care to make sure that, the risk is getting reduced. Because the ultimate goal of the security is that, you need to ensure that, you are reducing your risk. You cannot zero the risk, but, you have to mitigate a risk to a level where it should be acceptable to the business.
Okay. I hope, Ravi, that answers your question. And there's a follow-up from Ravi only.
Yes.
Like, I don't think so it's
I
a question. Yeah. So
Yeah.
with agentless, you still need a proxy.
Yes, you are
And
right,
when
Ravi. That's correct. We still need a proxy, and we understand that, one has to be aware of its vulnerability and mitigation. Yes, you are right. Even with the agentless approach, we need a proxy, and over the proxy, we make sure that, we are only whitelisting those URLs, only those IPs which are allowed for communication. When this kind of an architecture is put in place, we really need to understand that, what are the prerequisites with the organizations. When the proxy is put into place, we make sure that, it is completely hardened to make sure that, only the allowed communication. That's where, I talk about that, you really need to limit your ingress egress communication, so that, other than what is allowed, nothing should communicate outside to the outside world.
fantastic. Ravi, I think if you have any follow-up question. Okay, great. Awesome. Anyone else from viewers? Do you have any questions for Neha? We do not have any questions on the YouTube live as well. Okay. No worries. Please be connected to Neha over LinkedIn and Twitter. She is an amazing person doing amazing in the field of security. Neha, thank you for speaking at KleapCon. It is amazing to have you here. This is our first edition. We hope to see you next year as well, and hopefully in person.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you, Shivani. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. And I really thanks all the participants. And I'll be tuning in. So I'll be here around only to listen more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha. All right. So viewers, we will be breaking for 10 minutes because we have a long workshop ahead. We will be talking about blockchain and DLT led by Pranay Singh Johan. So please be on this link. We will be back in another short 10 minutes break. Thank you for staying with us. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying up with us. We are joined by our next workshop leader, Pranay Singh Chauhan. Hi, Pranay. Welcome to
Hello.
KleapCon.
Yeah, hello, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
So for everyone, Pranay has 11 plus years of experience in training and research and development. Currently, he's working as a trainer and consultant and chief technology officer for various organizations. He holds a PhD in cloud security, and he enjoys designing and development and brainstorming. So this is a small bio of Pranay. Pranay, I leave the stage to you to introduce yourself and start your workshop. I wish you all the best and thank you for accepting to work on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon, one and all. First of all, thank you all for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to present. And thank you for once again for all the participants who have joined this session. And I hope you all are doing well and keeping yourself safe and healthy through this challenging time. So, let me share my screen with you. Just a minute. Just a minute. Actually, I am actually please. Please
Yes,
enable.
yes.
Yeah.
I will.
Okay.
I think you will be able to do it now.
Yeah, just a minute. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. Is it visible? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So basically, today we are going to cover. I will say that today we are going to take a small journey from Web 1.0 to Web 3.0, and basically we are going to discuss more about the technologies and the multiple issues which are there, either in case of Web 1.0 or and then Web 2.0 and then Web 3.0. So basically, the internet which we are using right now, it's all about the Web 1.0, and the existing era it's for cloud computing. So we can say it's for 2.0. And then we'll move to the blockchain technology and how these issues were coming in this both the eras and how these technologies are going to, we can say, overcome this issue. So first of all, once again, thank you all for joining this session. So before going further, let me go for disclaimer first, because this document is only for educational, only for awareness and for research purpose only. So do not attempt to violate the law with anything contained here, because neither the author of this material, means me, nor anyone else affiliated in any way is liable for your action. And we have taken the content from various research papers, from various blogs, from various government reports, from various books, from various websites. And today we are also going to cover some basics of blockchain. And basically we can say blockchain is all about the cryptocurrencies also. So we do not escape any liability for any loss or damage whatsoever caused in reliance upon such information or services. So please be aware of the risk involved in trading done in the financial market. So I'm not an expert, I'm just a learner learning new things in this blockchain ecosystem. So the content, or we can say the agenda, which we're going to discuss today, basically, we discuss about the need of topic, that why should you go for this topic, what is the need of this topic. Then we will discuss about the privacy and why this privacy is important. I will give you some live simulations. I will show you some simulations how this we can say that a privacy can create a big ecosystem and why this is important. Then we will cover some basics of cloud computing, and then some issues which are there in cloud computing. So issues regarding data breach, or we can say insecure API, or misconfigured server, or DOS attack, or multiple types of issues are there. So we will discuss them just in overview, that what are the issues which are there in cloud computing. Then I will cover about this DLT. Now what is this DLT basically? So blockchain is all about this DLT technology. So basically DLT is a distributed ledger technology. So we'll cover some basics of this DLT. Then I will jump into the decentralized cloud, that how the clouds are, we can say how these clouds are going to integrate, or we can say how these future clouds will be. And then at last we'll discuss some use cases of blockchain, because there are so many use cases are there, and we can say the new world, or we can say the new era, how it is going to be. So this is all about the agenda which we are going to cover in next 2 hours. So first of all, as said by Shri Krishna, that Parivartan is sansar ka niyam hai. Change is the rule of nature. Let me repeat it. Change is the rule of nature. Why? Because earlier we used to use this cassettes for listening music, but nowadays nobody listen this cassettes. Nobody use this cassettes. We mostly prefer this Spotify or Ghana.com or any alternative platform for listening music. Then earlier we used to go for the TV for if you want to go for watch any movies or anything, you just refer TV, television. But nowadays, really we can say most of us use this television. We prefer YouTube because we are getting all these things on YouTube. Then earlier we can say we are having this VCRs for watching the movies, but nowadays we have this OTT platforms like Netflix and other platforms are there for watching all this kind of we can say the movies and other platforms for the entertainment. So technology always find its way. In short, you can say technology always find its way. We are having the letter system, then this letter system what get replaced by fax system, then this fax system replaced by email system. Although today also we are having this letter system, but rarely we use this kind of platforms. Then we are having this newspapers, and then they replaced by television, and now they replaced by social media. Nowadays we get all the news on social media platforms. There are so many platforms are there on social media where we can get updated on this kind of news. So although still we are using this letter and this newspaper, but really we can say because we are having this platforms for all this stuffs and all this news, and we can say all this contain. So technology always find its way. Technology always find its way, and we can say it's time to change the world. It's time for the era where we can say that the things are going to be changed, because as said by Shri Krishna also, that parivartan is sansar ka niyam hai. Things had to be changed. Now, but why all these changes? Why all these changes? Because in Web 1.0, certain issues were there which get resolved by Web 2.0, and then some issues are also there in this Web 2.0 which will get resolved by Web 3.0. But first of all, what is this Web 1.0? What is this Web 1.0 and what is this Web 2.0? Basically, Web 1.0 is all about the internet. The internet right now we are using, it's all about Web 1.0. We are using the, we can say the email applications, we are using the browser and all these things. They are part of Web 1.0. While the cloud technology, the database, the Docker, the Kubernetes, all these things, they are part of Web 2.0. And the things which are going to come, we can say in future, within next 5 years, and they all are part of Web 3.0. We can say all about data analytics, we can say all about machine learning, all about this DLT technology, all about this blockchains. They are the part of Web 3.0 era. Now, just check this wagon wheel. Just check this wagon wheel. These are the stats from December 2020. This is a wagon wheel of internet per 60 seconds, or we can say internet per minute. So basically, we can say in a minute or in a 60 seconds, around 18 million text messages are being sent globally. Then on YouTube, more than 4.3 million videos are being viewed in just 60 seconds. On App Store, on Play Store, so many apps were downloaded. Also on the Instagram, on Twitter, on Snapchat, on Netflix, on Google and Facebook. Means you can say the internet is playing a vital role in today's technology. And today also we are having this session. Today also we are having this virtual conference on the Zoom platform. Today also we are having this session on this internet because of this internet technology. So as the role of internet is increasing, there is one more thing which is increasing, and that is cybercrime. You might know all this kind of frauds are there. Fraud regarding, we can say, the malicious malwares, or we can say all about the, we can say the phishing attacks, the phishing attacks, the data breach, the malicious code, we can say the ransomwares. All these issues are there. And why all these issues are there? Because they all are part of this, so we can say, this Web 1.0 era. And you can say these are some common news. You will find daily in all the leading newspaper. Just check any leading newspaper, you will find these are some common news. News regarding, you can say, the credit card fraud, the debit card fraud, the ransomware, the keyloggers, and all these things. Means all about the cyber crime. So not only regarding the crime, also regarding the fake news. Now, you can say in 2021 also we are having some multiple issues regarding fake news. Fake news is a big problem, it's a big trouble. And that's why all these big tech giants are having these issues. And still we can say our government is also fighting on this front regarding fake news. Then deep fake is also a major issue, where a particular person will be there and he will start speaking, and you can make, you can say, it can contain any voice. So deep fake is also a major issue. and mob lynching is, or we can say, is a national crime. So these are certain issues which are there, and still they are existing. Now, why all these issues were there? What is the main objective and target behind these issues? So the main goal behind all this kind of issues, or we can say the attack or crime, is all about money, because everybody wants money. So this they also want monies. Then to be power. We have seen in the case of US election also that in during US election in 2016, that particular XYZ party has taken the help of Russian hackers. So why? Because they want to be in power. Then some are doing for publicity. There's so many articles were there where hackers are helped in case of the publicity. You can say the fake reviews and all these things. Then some are doing for learning. They are, we can say, they are doing this all these things for learning purpose only. And then the main other issues are also for regarding revenge. They need to be take revenge. That's why that thing is there. But the main thing is all about data, because today data is the new oil. Today data is everything. If you are having a data, means you are if you are running any, you can say, organization or any firm, you know that how data is important. So data is a new oil, is a key aspect, and the data is everything. So basically, whenever we access the internet, either you're using either you're watching any video on YouTube, or you are playing any game, or you are watching if you are using any platform, or whatever you're doing on the online, you're just having your footprints. So whenever we connect to internet, we always generate our footprints, and that footprints are known as digital footprints. So just read this one. If you're not paying for it, then you are the product. If you're not paying for it, then you are the product. Nothing is free in this cyberspace. Usually, whenever we give the session, we give our small demo on this particular thing, that how things are going to be changed. Mostly we see that we are having these free applications, we are having this free platforms, and all these things, extra things, all these things are being free. But nothing is free, because if you're not paying for it, then you are the product. Now, just check the particular, we can say, the top 10 most valuable brands. Okay, and they are from 2020. You will find that Amazon and Google and Apple and Microsoft and Samsung, they are leading this race. Now, let me give you a demonstration, because I think it's a practical session. So we should cover this session in a practical manner. So let me give you this thing in a practical manner. Let me show you how these things are, how this data are being collected. So there is one extension known as Orbis I. Okay, so what I will do, I will just show you how this game of data is done and how they collect our data, and what is the main reason behind this privacy, why we need this privacy, and not only for this browser. Okay, suppose right now I will give you demonstration on this my browser, but still all these things are leaking your data. In fact, our we can say the laptop is also leaking our data, our Wi-Fi is also leaking our data, our devices which you are using right now, our smartphones, they are also leaking our data. So many, we can say, data leakage is there, and that's why the main concern is all about data. Why these companies are offering us the free services? Because of only of data. So let me show you one example. There is an extension known as Orbis I. So what I will do, I will just open one website known as Times of India. And once again, disclaimer here, it's only for the learning purpose. I'm just showing you. Okay. So what I will do, I'll just open this website known as Times of India. It will take some time here, and I will open any news there. And then what I will do, then I will click on this extension. The name of my extension is Orbis I. Suppose if you want to do it, you can also do it, the same thing. Just download this extension from Chrome, known as Orbis I extension. Just a minute. Yeah, so you can see while I'm reading any news on this Times of India, I'm just reading any news on Times of India. Let me go for this market. Okay, so you can see while I'm reading any news on Times of India, you can see multiple trackers are tracking me. I'm reading a news on this Times of India, and you can see in background multiple trackers are tracking me. You just check this, all these trackers. All these companies, you can say, these brokers are tracking me. Although these are the APIs which are being tracked, but mostly all are them from, you can say, they are from google.com, they are from Facebook, they are from Twitter, and they are from multiple data brokers. Because ultimately the game is all about data. Nobody wants to give you the free service. Okay, I told you now that nothing is free in this cyberspace. If you're not paying for it, that means you are the product. Now just check this one. So I will click on this news for regarding this Sensex. Okay, so you can see how these trackers are increasing. And not only for the news platform, there are so many platforms are there. Just open any website. Just open any website and then see all the trackers which are tracking you. And the same thing is also for a mobile phone. If you want to check all about the mobile phone applications, whatever app you are using, you want to just use one app, and the app is known as Exodus Privacy. Let me type this app. The name of application is known as Exodus Privacy. Basically, it's from Europe, and because in Europe they are having a regulation known as a GDPR. So because of GDPR regulations, they are having this application known as Exodus Privacy. So all the Android user, if you're using an Android phone, you may just download this app known as Exodus Privacy. And for this tracker, you may use the extension known as Orbis I. Just add this extension Orbis I to your browser, and you may see that all these trackers, how they are tracking your activities. So while I'm reading any news on this Times of India, I'm being tracked by these multiple companies, or you can say the third-party APIs. So all these companies, either they are from Zedo, and although they are from, you can say, Google Ad Services, and although some are also from Times of India, some are from Twitter, all these companies are tracking me. So more than there, I think around 8,000 to 9,000 brokers are there. And all these brokers, what they are doing, they are just collecting my footprints. And what they are doing, they are just collecting my footprints, and then my footprints have been recorded, and then they can sell my footprints. And sir and man, believe me, I have done many, I have tested multiple platforms. In fact, your mobile phones are also tracking you. Your mobile phones, your data, multiple, you can say your applications are also tracking you. Not only your mobile phones, still your, we can say your Wi-Fi network, your access point, which you're using right now, or whatever network you are having, your laptop, all your devices are tracking you. There are so many things are there. Multiple, we can say, trackers are there, and what they are doing, they're just collecting our footprints. And because of this footprint, they're having our data. And then they sell this data to, we can say, multiple vendors. Now that's why we can say the top 10 most valuable brands, you can see all of them are majorly from IT. All are majorly from IT. They belong to information technology because they know the power of data. They know the game of data, that how this data is important. That's why it is rightly said that data is a new oil. If you want to run any business in 2021, so you need data. And especially you can say after this pandemic, during this pandemic, the data is going to play a vital role. So that's why the entire game, or we can say the race, is all about data. Now just check this, all these revenues, how much revenues they are having. All are, you can say majorly they all are from the IT backgrounds. These all are the IT companies. Okay, you can say the Apple is there, Alphabet is there, Facebook is there, VeriSign, the Root CA is also there, the MasterCard, Visa, all they are having our data. And that's why we can say whenever as a user, whenever we open any website or whenever we connect to particular any content, what we do, we just submit our data. Now just check this particular picture. As a user, what we are giving, we are just handing our data to the particular XYZ company. And what they are doing, then they are selling this data to multiple ad agencies, to multiple governments, and to multiple cloud providers. And from that, we can say from the server, then our data got breached. And although thanks to the privacy regulations, thanks to GDPR, thanks to the California Privacy Act, thanks to the, we can say all this Privacy Act, that nowadays we can say that we can control our data. We are having the options for controlling our data. Data controllers are there, and with the help of them, we can control our data. Although this is quite a vast topic, and it will require at least more than 2 to 3 years to explain all about this DPO and DCOs. But still, some regulations are there, and due to these regulations, we can control our data. Okay, and so we can say the privacy is a big myth. Okay, and the entire game is all about data. That's why we can say these are the major concerns which are there in this Web 1.0. We can say the privacy is a main concern in this Web 1.0, and the cybersecurity is a main concern in this Web 1.0. So many data breaches are there, so many data breach are there, so many issues are there, ransomware attacks are there, we can say the social engineering attacks are there. And why all these things are happening? Because ultimately the main goal is either money or either this data. Okay, so we can say the issues which are there in this existing system, issues are there that they are having their own monopoly. All these tech giants are having their own monopoly. You can say they are having multiple barriers to entry. Now, why the barriers? The word the barrier, because just recall the news from the May itself, the news from, you can say, India itself. India, we can say, Indian government has passed one regulation on 25th of May. So there's a big fight between the, we can say, the Twitter and the Indian government. Why? Because regarding that grievance officer, the Twitter is not, you can say, Twitter and WhatsApp, they are not following the regulations. They are having their own monopoly. So big fight between Indian government and this, we can say, the major tech giants. Not only in India, also in Australia. Just recall the news from February itself. This is only, you will find a big fight between, you can say, the Australian government and between this major tech giants. So Australia, we can say, in India, in China, multiple, we can say the governments are having the issues with this, we can say all these tech giants, and because they are having the full control over the supply system, and they are the, we can say, they are in their own monopoly, and itself they are itself the, we can say, the price makers. They do whatever they want. Okay, so the big, you can say, the multiple issues are there, and because of these issues, we are going for this new ecosystem. That's why we need this new ecosystem. And as I told you, that today data is everything and data is new oil. That's why this fight is all about. And where all this data gets stored, where we store all this data. So usually all this data gets stored in the cloud servers, or we can say the cloud data centers. Multiple data centers are there, and they are having their own services. They are having their own services, and all our data gets stored in their data centers, or we can say in the cloud computing. You can say all your mobile applications data, all the data regarding Facebook, your Gmail, your office documents, your documents, all these things get stored in the cloud ecosystem. And cloud itself is a big market. Now just check this particular CAGR, you will find the global government cloud market, how it's going to increase with the CAGR of 13.9%. So in 2024, we can expect more than 34.9. So how these things are going to be changed also in case of the, we can say, the Web 2.0. So cloud market is emerging market. Okay, so that's why all our data gets stored in cloud market. Now, why this cloud market? Because there multiple benefits are there. Cloud is having multiple, you can say, benefits. Cloud is flexible. All our data can be shifted from one place to other place. They can have multiple collaborations. We can update our software with the help of cloud. No need to update software by your own. You are having a system for updations, so your supplier will update your software also. So mobility is also a big advantage for the cloud. Then we can say the low cost is another advantage, because no need to update your hardwares, no need to purchase your softwares, just use the cloud service. So all the things will be done by the cloud vendor itself. So we can say because of the low cost and because of these issues, the cloud is having the big advantage in this, we can say, Web 2.0. But still cloud is also having certain limitations. Cloud is also having certain issues. Cloud is also having certain downtime issues. We have seen in March, I think, or March or April first week also, issues regarding Google, that Google downtime was also there. Cloud is also having, we can say, the vendor locking issue, because all your data gets stored in cloud itself. So your vendor is having all the data and no transparency is there. So to be honest, there is no transparency in cloud data. Suppose if I'm using Amazon service or I'm using GCP service, I don't know where my data is get stored and how many copies they are making of my data. Now, what these vendors say, they said that we are having this DR policies for disaster recovery. So we are maintaining multiple backups of your data, but we never know that where our data is being stored, how they are managing our data, how they are having our data. So we can say these issues are also there in the cloud technologies. They're also vulnerable to attacks. We don't have the multiple controls on the system. We don't have the control on this data system. Okay, and still multiple issues are there. So data breach is a common issue. We all know about data breach. That is a major concern in the cloud storage. All our data can get breached. Sometimes we have seen also this only, I think the breach was there from Domino's itself. I think the May or April May, then Air India breach, then Upstock breach. So all other major data breach were there. Then ransomware, we all know ransomwares. So usually they can lock our machine. Okay, so ransomware issue is there. The malicious code malwares are the big issue. 0-day are also a major issue. Then the insecure APIs issues in cloud, because mostly the developers, what they do, they just copy and paste. So we can say that API is the other issue. Okay, so we can say the issues regarding misconfigured server. We have seen multiple times that because due to human error, the issue data has been breached. So misconfigured server is also a big issue. Then the bucket leakage. Usually we have seen in the Amazon, there are multiple buckets are there. S2 bucket, S3 buckets. Sometimes they got leaked. Then APTs are also the major concern. So many APTs are there. You may use that MITR framework for seeing all these APT attacks. So many APT, we can say, threats are there. APT 39 is there from North Korea. Multiple APT attackers are there. And what they all are doing, they can just compromise also the cloud network also. Then the data loss is also the major issue. Then the system vulnerabilities are also there. DOS attack, DDoS attack, and the main in the cloud attack. So many issues are also there in the cloud itself. So we can say the Web 2.0 is also not. Yeah. Yeah, please, sir. Hello. Is there any question, sir? Hello.
I think it was by mistake someone got unmuted.
No issue, no issue.
Okay.
Sir, please let me know if you find out. Huh? I think my pace is. I think my pace is okay or not. Should I slow down my pace? Okay.
No, the pace is perfect.
Okay, thank you. So many issues also there in the cloud itself. So we can say the Web 2.0 is also not safe and secure. Earlier we have seen that in case of Web 1.0, that so many issues are there, but I covered only about it previously part, how these trackers are tracking us. But also in case of, we can say the cloud also, there multiple issues are there. We can say the data breach is the most common one. The data breach is the most common one. All these companies, what they are doing, they are just collecting our data. They are just having our data, but they don't, we can say they're not following all the compliance issues. They're not following all the proper guidelines. That's why all this kind of data breach occur. The main concern, then they are not having, we can say, they're not serious about this data collection methods. So that's why these issues arise. Okay, so multiple things are there also in case of cloud computing, or we can say the multiple issues are also there in case of this Web 2.0 era. Okay, so these are the major concerns which are there in cloud. Yeah, although cloud has security issues, and we know the future of also about the cloud computing, but still we can say the cloud is also insecure technology. Cloud is also insecure technology. Cloud is also a hackable system. Yeah, we have seen multiple that also during that Black Hat conference and other conference also, that sometimes we have seen that Amazon is also leaking the data. This Google GCP is also leaking our data. That we can say the clouds from Alibaba, they're also leaking our data. So we can say that they are also a hackable system. Yeah, although still they are, we can say they are secure, but yeah, they can also be hacked. Okay, and the important thing that we can say there is no privacy. Why no privacy? Because surveillance and monitoring is there. Surveillance and monitoring is there, and it's a big issue. You may just check the website known as GDPR tracker. You will find so many issues were there. I think yesterday itself, there was a news from Europe, I think around 2,000 crores. The fine was there on WhatsApp itself. Why? Because not to follow that compliance issue. So the fine was imposed on also on, we can say that WhatsApp. And today itself, I think I read the news that that Zoom platform, the Zoom is also not compatible to GDPR compliance. The same platform which you're using right now, the Zoom platform, it is also not compatible for the, we can say, for the GDPR compliance. So there is no privacy, and we can say it's complete. We can say monitoring and surveillance is there, and data is everything. Everything is data, and this data is not in control. The important factor, that data is not in our control. You can't control the data. We cannot control this data. Although we may use multiple tactics, we may use this. We can say the HTTPS tracker. We may use that uBlock origin to avoid all this tracking and all these things. We can only minimize that impact, but we cannot know that where all our data gets stored. There is no transparency in this data storage. Now you will ask, sir, why this thing is required? Because we know it very well that we are living in this internet era. This is all about the information, we can say the age in which we are living. And the information age is all about data. So that's why, and this data is not in our control. So that's why we can say this is the end of trust. We can say this is the end of trust, and all these things are there. So now, what's the solution? Now, what's the solution? So the new model in which we can say the model will be more secure. That's why the star is there. The model will be more secure in compared to the existing one. We can say the new model or the new era will be more secure in compared to the existing ones. And the systems will be unhackable system. Now, why unhackable system? Because they will be totally in the form of peer-to-peer network. I will show you how these things are performed, but they will be more secure, and we can say it will be an unhackable system. And no, we can say no monitoring and surveillance. Why? Because all this ecosystem is based on the hash codes. All this ecosystem is built on the hash codes and the strong algorithms. And yes, a privacy can be achieved up to a level. We may say that we can achieve the privacy. Anonymity, we can say it can be achieved up to a level. And the important one, that you own your data. You will have the full control over your data. Means you can control your data. The important factor, we can say that you can control your data. And yes, we can achieve some trust here because it's all about the, we can say, the decentralized platforms where a trust can be achieved. So that particular system in which we can say all the things are performed, we can say it's called the blockchain ecosystem. And now the time for decentralized storage in the post-cloud world. We can say time to upgrade the cloud system, time to upgrade the old system. So the time is for the decentralized storage. Now, what is this decentralized storage and what I'm talking about? But before that, let me show you one thing. Yeah, that technology is known as the blockchain ecosystem. That technology is known as the blockchain technology. Although some allegations are also there on blockchain that they are hackable, we find that some issues are also there regarding that exchange hack and all these things. But they are the part of, we can say, these news are for the cryptocurrencies. These news were either from the, we can say, the wallet address hijacking or some kind of, we can say, the issues are there regarding that wallet modifications. But still, it is more secure in compared to the existing ones. Okay, now let me show you the real and live use case for this Web 1.0. You can see right now, I'm using this Brave browser. Okay, because usually for all the sessions, I always refer this Brave browser. The browser is known as Brave browser. And you can see on my screen, this browser is known as Brave browser. And till date, you can find that Brave browser has blocked more than 43,713 trackers. You can see on my screen that it has blocked more than 43,000 trackers till date. Okay, so how we can say why this system is required. So you can see this is the best tool for the real blockchain simulation. Okay, and the tool is known as Brave browser. Let me type on the chat box. Yeah, you may also use this tool also on your mobile phone also. The browser is known as the Brave browser. It's a live, we can say, the example of the blockchain application. Okay, so I have shown you now the tracker on the Chrome browser, how trackers are tracking you. So to avoid these trackers, to maintain the privacy, you may use this browser known as Brave browser. Okay, so this browser can block all the trackers and all the ads. Okay, so you will not receive any trackers or ad. And the main advantage of using this Brave browser that it will also save your bandwidth. You can see on my screen that more than 1.23 GB of bandwidth has been saved, because whenever these trackers are coming now, what they are doing, they are just tracking you. They are just tracking all your activities. They're just tracking you, all your activities, all your ads are, you can say, all your movement is been tracked and recorded. So to avoid these trackers now, you may use this browser known as Brave browser. So it will also save your bandwidth. It will also save your bandwidth, and you may use this browser. Okay, so we can say they can block our trackers and the bandwidth will be saved, plus the time will also be saved. You can see on my screen that till date around I say around 37 minutes. Why? Because whenever these trackers are tracking me now, so all these trackers, they consume more bandwidth, they consume more time. So with the help of this browser now, our time will also be saved. Okay. And the other advantage of this browser, if you want, you can just also
No.
click. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
please. Yeah, please, sir.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Fine. Yes.
Is there any issue, sir, ma'am? Is there any question?
No, I don't think so. There's any question.
Okay, I think somebody I'll say. Okay, so you may use this browser because this browser is totally based on the blockchain ecosystem and is a live example of the blockchain technology. Okay, so it will also block all the activities on your screen. It will also block all the ad activities on your screen. Plus, it will also save your bandwidth. Plus, it will also save your time. Okay, and in fact, no need to configure the Tor browser because usually all the hackers basically what they do, they just search for Tor browser. So no need to go for Tor browser. Just open this particular browser and you will find that new window is there with Tor enabled services. Okay, so you may find that DuckDuckGo is also there for the searching. Okay, and you may also connect with Tor browser. So no need to configure the Tor nodes or that or what. No need to configure all these things. You will find all these things are there and inbuilt in this Brave browser itself. Okay, so this is a live example. You can say this is a best tool to block all the activities, all the trackers, and to block all the ads. Okay, this is a real we can say the use case of the blockchain technology. Okay, now let me come on the topic itself. Let me show you some more example. Yeah, so this is all about the blockchain ecosystem. Yeah, so basically now what is the blockchain? So basically why blockchain? So first of all, the main advantage is that we can maintain the integrity here. Why the integrity? Because here the things are immutable. Nobody can reverse the transactions there. So that's why the blockchain is having the process integrity, or we can say we can achieve this integrity part. Nobody can reverse the transactions. Nobody can reverse the particular content there. So that's why a new ecosystem in which we can achieve the integrity. Okay, that's why integrity is important. You all know about that CIA rules, huh? You all know about that CIA rule in cybersecurity. So we can achieve the integrity here, and then the traceability. This is the main advantage of the blockchain ecosystem, that we can achieve this traceability. You can trace all your transactions. You can trace your data. Means you can know that where your data is being stored. You can trace all these activities. So blockchain will provide you this, you can say the advantage of tracing all your applications and tracing all your transactions, whatever you're doing on this ecosystem, because there are so many use cases out there on blockchain. So you may use this technology also for the traceability. And here definitely also about security, because the things are, we can say, the traceable and transparency is there and things are immutable. That's why we can say the security is also there. Although some allegations were there that quantum computing will going to break all this blockchain technology. Yeah, but 16-bit quantums are also there, qubits are also there, but still the nowadays you can say the new blockchains which are coming now, they are more secure in compared to the this quantum technology. So quantum will also we can say the ledgers are more secure in compared to this we can say the quantum qubits. Okay, so we will be secure against this quantum also. And the last one is all about the faster processing. Okay, because blockchain will eliminate the middleman there. So that's why all the things will move in the faster, we can say the processing. Okay, but I will show you live things. Okay, just wait. I'll give you live examples of some projects which are there in blockchain ecosystem. Okay, so a small history is there of blockchain. Basically, the concept of blockchain was discovered in 1981 by the Stuart Haber and this W. Scott. So they had given the concept of secure chain of blocks. One article was there based on this secure chain of blocks, and that article was published in 1991. Then in 2000, the Stephen has published an article, and the article basically it was all about the secure chain, how these chains are maintained. Then in 2008, basically the pseudonymous person Satoshi Nakamoto has released a white paper basically on the blockchain, and that paper was known as Bitcoin peer-to-peer network. And in 2009, the date was 3rd of January 2009. That particular person has, we can say, started implementing the blockchain, and we can say the first blockchain, a public ledger, was, we can say, the disclosed in 2009. So this was a small brief history about the blockchain. So it was started in 1991, but majorly we can say it's from 2008 itself. So it's only 14 to 15 years, or I think it's only 13 years only. Okay, but still we can say this ecosystem has been developed, and within 4 to 5 years we can say that this ecosystem will create a big impact on the technology. We will find that this ecosystem is going to replace the old system also. Okay, now let me show you something more. Okay, so basically Bitcoin is the application of blockchain technology. We can say Bitcoin is the first application of the blockchain technology. Bitcoin is not blockchain. Okay, blockchain is different thing, but the Bitcoin, you can say, it's application of blockchain technology. Now, if you want to go further for this, you may just refer this paper. So this paper basically is from Satoshi Nakamoto. If you want to read it, you may just Google it. Just type it about Bitcoin or peer-to-peer electronic cash system. So you will find the entire paper is there. And in this paper, Satoshi has discussed all about the technology. Basically, how the blockchain are going to come and how they're going to solve the multiple issues. So basically, Bitcoin blockchain is going to solve the issue of regarding double spending. In earlier days, this issue is there in payment industry regarding, we can say, the problem of double spending, that money can be spent twice. We can say e-money can be spent twice. So basically, the main objective of this paper was to solve the problem of double spending. So all these things are there, how the server will work and how this proof of work will work. So this paper is having the, we can say, each and everything regarding the basics of the blockchain technology. Okay, so if you want to go for it, just go for it and just read this paper. You will find all these things are there regarding payment informations, because majorly the main use case of blockchain is all about the payment industry. So you may just refer this paper, how the privacy is going to maintain and how they're going to perform all these calculations. So the entire, you can say, this paper is there, and you just read this paper. So you will find all these things are there. And today also we don't know about the person who is this Satoshi Nakamoto, because he's totally, you can say, anonymous. Nobody knows about him. And the entire ecosystem is based on the hash code. So I told you now that in case of blockchain, the entire technology is based on the hashing concept. So the Bitcoin is the first use case, and the price of Bitcoin is, you can see on my screen, as per the 22nd of September, you will find it's more than 36 lakhs. And basically, this ecosystem is based on the hashing concept and based on this public and private key. So usually, the Bitcoin blockchain is based on this public key and private key, because more than 1,000 blockchains are there. There is no single blockchain. More than 1,000 blockchains are there. More than, I think, 980. I think more than 980 blockchains are there. So Bitcoin blockchain is the first blockchain. The Bitcoin blockchain was the first blockchain, and in that blockchain, it was based on this public key and private key. And usually, this public key, basically, which we share to others, is always start with 1 or 3, and all this private key, basically, they start with 5. So usually, all this Bitcoin blockchain, they are based on this public key, private key, and this hashing concept. Okay, so this is the first use case of the blockchain technology, and the main concept behind this technology, that this technology is based on this distributed ledger. A ledger is there, but all these documents get stored, and then it is also based on the hashing concept. Okay, so what is hashing? So we know that hashing is we can say, the important concept. We generate the hash codes from the input itself. So there is no encryption, there is no key, while we can say the output is being generated by the input itself. Okay, so if you're having any input file of whatever site, the output will be, you can say, the same as per the hashing algorithm. So hashing is a quite important, you can say, concept in blockchain ecosystem. Then the symmetric key and asymmetric key. So usually we see that also in case of Web 1.0 and Web 2.0, that all our data gets stored in the form of this encryption only. So either in case of symmetric encryptions, you know that some algos are there, such as DES algo is there, AES algorithm is there in case of symmetric algorithms. But in case of asymmetric, we know that this Diffie-Hellman is there, or this ECC is there, or this RSA is there. So multiple algos are there. So same algos are also used in this blockchain ecosystem. Same algos are also being used in this blockchain ecosystem. But the main difference is that in this blockchain ecosystem, they are having the hybrid algorithms. They are having the hybrid algorithms. Means what they are doing? They are just combining all these algorithms. So in case of blockchain ecosystem, they are having this hybrid algorithms. So basically all this hashing and symmetric and asymmetric key, the same thing is also there in the blockchain ecosystem. And then the important one is all about the consensus algorithms, because usually all these blockchains are based on this consensus algorithm. Means we can say they are having their own system, how they're going to implement this system and how they're going to perform all these transactions. So there's one tool known as, let me type this tool. Let me copy this tool and show you. So you may also use this tool. So if you want to perform simulation, if you want to learn more about this thing, you can just open this tool known as andersbrownworth.com. Let me type it. And please let me know if you have any question. Please let me know if you have any other question or doubt. So I will try to answer your questions, okay? Please let me know if you have any other questions or doubt. So I can take the questions also. So if you have any doubt, please let me know. So this is a tool. This is an online tool. You may use this tool for learning blockchain from basics from blockchain. You may use this tool. So basically this tool is all about the simulation, how this hash code works basically. So just click on this hash. So whatever you type, it will have a hash code there. For example, I'm typing this my name, Pranay. So Pranay Singh Chauhan. So you can see just whatever you type now, it will have a hash code there. So basically, how this hashing works. So in case of Bitcoin blockchain, it is based on this SHA-256 concept, because Satoshi has used this algorithm known as SHA-256 hash. Now, why this SHA has been used? Because MD4 and MD5. MD4, MD5, and this SHA-1, SHA-1, they all are breakable, because MD4 and MD5, they all are broken. How they are broken? So some certain tools are there, certain tables are there, and these tables are known as rainbow table, lookup table, and reverse lookup table. And few tools are also there, just as we can say the John the Ripper, the Hydra, all this we can say tools are also there to break this MD4 and MD5. So that's why we can say they are not secure, okay, and they are we can say reversible. But this SHA-256, we can say it's more secure. That's why Satoshi has used this algorithm in the case of Bitcoin blockchain. Okay, so you may just learn more about this hashing also through this tool. You may just type on this, and then the important thing about block. So basically, now the term is blockchain. Blockchain means chain of all the blocks. Chain of all the blocks. So basically, how these blocks look like. So you can see a single block is there, in which a block number will be there, a block number will be there, and then a value will be there, and that value is known as nonce value. So although for every block, this value will be different. For all the blocks, this value will be different. So nonce value, we can say they are randomly having these values, and they are different. And whatever data we want to copy, all your data will come in this data part. And then the mining is required, because the Bitcoin blockchain is based on the concept of mining. So we need to mine all these blocks. And suppose if you want to check the live simulation, you may open this website known as blockchain.com, then /explorer. You may just refer this website for live simulation. So suppose if you want to check this particular one, just use this website. So in this website, basically is for the Bitcoin blockchain. You will find all these blocks are there. You can see that these are all of the blocks are there, in which the block height is there, and the time on which these blocks are mined, all these times are also there. So this is all about, we can say, the Bitcoin blockchain. And for other blockchain, there is one more tool known as etherscan.io. Let me show you. So basically, we can say this is decentralized platform. Okay, so that's why we can say we are more secure in compared to the old one. Okay, because the entire thing will be in the case of, we can say, the hash code. Okay, so nobody knows your name. So we can say that in case of this Web 1.0, we are having our public key, means we are having our phone number, we are using this email ID, and all of our data you can say it can be breached. Okay, so but in this case of blockchain now, we are having this hash code. So your name will not be there here. Your entry will be in terms of hash code. So usually, if your data will be there in terms of hash code now, so nobody can, we can say, reverse your data or reverse your name. So still we can say the privacy can also be achieved up to a level. Okay. So this is one more blockchain known as etherscan.io. Suppose if you want to learn more about this technology, you may also use this Ethereum blockchain. So basically Ethereum is the number 2, we can say, platform for a public blockchain. So this is we can say the tool there known as etherscan.io, and you may use this particular tool to check all the latest blocks and all the transactions there. Okay, so you may use this particular tool for checking all about that blockchain and the Ethereum blockchain concepts. Okay, so now let me come on our topic again. Yeah, so basically you can say this hashing is there, that symmetric and asymmetric key is there, the ledger is there, and this consensus mechanism is there. So this is the main key concept in the entire blockchain technology. Okay, so all these blockchains are having a different algorithms, all these blockchains are having the different hash codes, all these blockchains are having different algorithms for encryption, and all these blockchains are having the different, we can say, this consensus mechanism. Okay, so usually whenever a block are produced, they are having a hash code of previous block. Okay, so whenever a blocks are produced, they always hold a block, you can say, the hash code of previous block. Okay, so this is a simple diagram where block 51 is there, block 52 is there, and block 53 is there. So usually all these blocks are having the previous block hash code. Okay, and basically all these data sets are being shared, but they are shared on the basis of the hash codes. Okay, so each member can verify. So there will be, we can say, no problem of spoofing will be there, no issue of data leakage will be there, no issue of, we can say, ransomware will be there, no issue of malware will be there, and all your data will, we can say, they are tamper proof. Okay, because they are immutable transactions. Okay, so nobody can, we can say, reverse these transactions. So no issue of this IP spoofing and this doing DNS spoofing and this man-in-the-middle attack. All these things will get minimized. Okay, because usually in case of Web 1.0 now we have seen that our data can get breached, or we can say the insecure APIs were the major concerns there, the vulnerabilities were the major concerns there. But here it will all based on this distributed ledger, and all our data sets will be shared. So no need to, we can say, remember all these transactions, because they are in the form of hash code. So your privacy will also be achieved up to the limit. Okay, now the time for decentralized cloud. So I've shown you now that in case of cloud, we have seen certain issues in that PPT now, that issues regarding data breach, issues regarding malicious code, ransomware, issues regarding a misconfigured server, issues regarding that insecure API, or issues regarding that we can say that man-in-the-middle attack, or a DOS attack, or DDoS attacks. All these issues were there in the cloud ecosystem. Okay, now the time for decentralized cloud. So how this blockchain is going to help us in case of cloud. Okay, so we can say this is our future cloud, how our data will get stored in the blockchain ecosystem. So there is some project known as SIA. Let me show you the live, so it will more beneficial for us. Yeah, so this is you can say the decentralized cloud. Okay, so decentralized storage for the post cloud world. Okay, so although we are quite early in this technology, and it will take more than 5 to 6 years. Okay, but still we can say so many, we can say the vendors are there, and they're also using the same technology. So the platform name is sia.tech. Okay, so I will give you, let me type this one also, the domain. The domain name is sia.tech. Okay, so if you want, you can also open this website. So basically all our data will get stored in this decentralized manner. Okay, so this is the platform there known as sia.tech, and we can say this is a post cloud world. Okay, so you can see right now there are so many nodes are there, although they are not, although you can see most of them they are from USA and from Europe. You can see that they are from UK is there, and Portuguese are there. So these are multiple nodes. But let me show you first theory first, then we will come on this part of simulation. Yeah. So basically, this SIA cloud is a decentralized cloud, and you can say it's a leading decentralized cloud storage platform. So, and it's totally based on the DLT platform. Now, what is this DLT? So, distributed ledger technology. So, no need for servers. Now, you can see here that no need of server. Now, the root cause in this Web 1.0 and the Web 2.0 was server. We all know that the main root cause is server. Usually, all our data gets stored in server itself. Okay, and the main issue was that ransomware can destroy that server. Data breach can occur from that server. Insecure API can also disturb from the server. Okay, or we can say the malicious code, the malwares can also destroy that server. Human error can also we can say a root cause for that server leakage. Okay, DOS attack can also perform on the server, because we know that IPs are also available. Okay, we can also identify the IPs there. Multiple tactics are there. Through which we can also obtain the IPs. Okay, so there is no server here. That's why it is more secure in compared to the previous one. And the important thing, no trusted third parties. Here, no third parties will be there. So no worries for all this kind of activities, because no third parties are there. All your data will be in the form of decentralized manner. No third parties will be there. Directly a buyer, or we can say a person, can store his data. Now, right now, suppose if, for example, let me give you an example. Suppose if I want to store my data on cloud system, on a cloud network, what I will do, I will just open any cloud platform. For example, I open Amazon or Google or Azure or whatever. Okay, what I will do, I will just host my data on their data centers. Okay, so in this entire process now, multiple third parties are also involved. The vendors are there. The can say the countries having their own regulations are also there, and regulatory bodies are also there. Because right now I'm in India, we are in India, and we are storing our data in the US server. So multiple issues were also there regarding regulations, regarding compliance, and all these things will be there. And still we can say all these issues are there. So multiple third parties will get involved in these particular transactions. But right now, here in this case of decentralized cloud, or we can say in the case of post cloud, you will find no trusted third parties will be there. So basically, SIA leverages the blockchain technology to create a data storage marketplace that is more robust and more affordable than the traditional cloud storage providers, because they are much cheaper in compared to the existing ones. So how they're going to perform all this data, and how our data will be secure. So basically, this SIA, what they will do, they will encrypt all your files. They will encrypt all your file, and then they will distribute your file across a decentralized network. Now, how this encryption is performed? So suppose if I want to store any file, let me give you an example. Suppose if I want to store any file, or if I want to store any data on this decentralized cloud. So what they will do, they will just split that file into 30 different parts. Whatever data size will be, what they will do, that software will split all your data into 30 different parts. They will split your data into 30 different parts. And then all this data will be get encrypted by the private encryption keys. And here, basically, you will be owning all the keys. As a sender, or we can say as a user, you will be having all your private encryption keys. Right now, in case of existing web, we can say in case of Amazon or Facebook or whatever we are using now, we never hold these encryption keys. We never hold these encryption keys, but in case of this decentralized cloud, we will be having these encryption keys. And because we will be having the encryption keys, so nobody can decrypt your data. Nobody can see your data. So we can say complete transparency will be there, and no outside company or third party can access or control your files, because you are having the complete encryption keys with you. And this is the main big advantage of this decentralized cloud, because all your file will get split into 30 different parts, and all this file will get encrypted by the symmetric encryption algorithms. And we know that there's only one single key is there, and that single key, that key will be held by the sender itself, or we can say will be held by the owner itself. So nobody can see the data, whatever data you are storing on this cloud, nobody can see the data. So in case of any attack on ransomware, or in case of cyber kidnapping, or in case of any data breach, nobody can misuse your data. Your data will be safe and secure. Nobody can see your data because all your data are encrypted with private encryption algorithms. And that encryption algorithms are more secure because you are having the dead keys with you. Okay, and basically we can say, if I compare with the cost of cloud now, you can find that the cost is quite less than in compared to the other vendors. You can see that in case of Amazon, we need to pay around I think 50 to 60 bucks. Okay, just for the I think 1 GB or 5. But in case of the CR Cloud, it is quite cheaper. Okay, or while you can see the example also there that if you want to store 1 TB of file on CR, it will cost you around $1 or $2 per month. While in case of Amazon, to pay more than $25. Now just compare the price there. On Amazon, we need to pay more than this $23. While in case of the CR Cloud, just pay around $1 or $2 per month. So that's why the companies are moving towards this technology, because it is totally decentralized, distributed, and you own your data, you own your keys, and you can locate your data. And the price is also cheaper in compared to the traditional ones. Okay, so that's why this is the main big advantage of this technology. Okay, and this CR softwares are completely open source with contribution from leading software engineers, and they are all helping the community. Now just check all these things, because now why this WAP 3.0 is required now, because they are having they just want to replace the monopoly. They just want to replace the monopoly of all these traditional vendors which are there. Right now we can see that Amazon and Google and all these vendors, they are having their own monopoly. They are ruling the world. They are just running the world. They create their own policies. They create their own policies. They create their own regulations depending on the countries. Rules are different for India. Rules are different for China. Suppose if you want to get if you want to show data, and if you are a Chinese user, so the rules will be different for Chinese user, and for India it will be different. So you can say they are the monopoly creator. That's why this ecosystem is going to create a decentralized place where we can say there will be no monopoly, totally decentralized. It will be immutable, and trust and transparency can be achieved up to a level. Okay, so this is we can say the system which is going to create a new ecosystem in the coming 4 to 5 years. Okay, so now how this CR blockchain will work now. Now coming on the part of, we can say, how this CR blockchain will going to work. So suppose if you are a user and if you want to upload any file, clear? If you are a user and if you want to upload any file, so basically we can say if you want to if you want to host your file there, so two persons will be there, two actors will be there. One will be renter and the other will be host. Okay, so the renter and the host, two parties will be involved. Okay, so basically, first of all your files will get divided prior to upload. As I told you now, that in case of the CR blockchain now, that CR software, it will divide your files into 30 different segments. All your files will get divided into 30 different segments, into 30 different parts, we can say, before uploading. Okay, and all your file segments, we can say, are created using a technology called Reed-Solomon eraser coding technology. And that technology basically we have seen in that CD and DVDs. Okay, so basically the CD and DVDs now, they are in this technology. So suppose if you are uploading any file, so it will split all your file into this 30 segments, and all your data can get stored in the different 30 locations. And suppose whenever a user wants his file back now, so in that case, suppose if out of 30, only 20 hosts, we can say if they are offline, so then also we can recover the complete data. That's the magic of this technology. Suppose if you are uploading any file, so all your data will get split on the 30 different nodes globally. Okay, and whenever we want to, we can say whenever we want our file back, so out of this 30 now, if only 10 nodes are active, then also we can recover our data, that complete file. So because that technology is based on this, we can say Solomon eraser coding technology. Okay, and before leaving the render computer now, all our file will get encrypted. And as I told you now, you will be having this also the keys also with you, because we are the user and we can say we are the uploader uploading any file. So we will having that key with us. So if you are having the key, so it will be quite more secure in compared to the existing ones. Okay, and basically in case of this SIA, they use this three-fish algorithms, and it's an open source and quite secure and having a high performance encryption standard. So comparing to DES and this double DES and this triple DES algorithm, this three-fish is quite more secure because it's an open source and it's quite secure and having a high performance standard. Okay, so basically all our files are assigned to the host machines using smart contracts. Now the term is smart contracts. Basically, the blockchain technology is having a we can say the big use case is all about the smart contract. And what are these smart contracts? They are just we can say algorithms are there. They are just mathematical algorithms because we can say there is no single file. They are just algorithms are there, and using these smart contracts, all our data will get stored on their server. Okay, so we can say the using SIA blockchain renters from file contract with the host, and they can upload all the files there. And we can say they allow us to create a cryptographic SLA. Now, what is this SLA? So you know that in case of the cloud computing, we have this term known as SLA, on a service level agreement. So while in this case of SIA also, we are having this SLA agreement based on the blockchain technology, and all our files and data will get stored on this decentralized cloud platform. So let me show you now this platform. So suppose if you want to upload your file on the cloud platform, or we can say on this decentralized cloud platform, so just download this software. The name of software is known as SIA Cloud. Okay, so just download this software there and then run this software on your machine. So basically, you can see till date they are having more than 4.0 petabyte capacity, and more than 1670 terabytes of data is already been stored, and more than 1.2 million already software is downloaded. Okay, and it's completely private. So I told you now, because blockchain is all about privacy. Blockchain is all about the privacy. So your data will be completely private. Okay, it's on decentralized network. So we can say no more efforts are required on this technology, and they're highly, you can say, redundant. Okay, and they're open source. So everybody can contribute, and everyone can join in this. We can say the mission there. So a complete marketplace is also there on this platform. Okay, so many commits are there, all Git and forks are also there. So you may just refer this website known as sia.tech, and this website, you can say, you just download this software known as SIA Cloud. So it's an example of how this cloud technology is going to work. Okay, and apart from this, there is one more tool known as ipfs.io. Let me show you. I think it's the IPFS. So there is one more, we can say, project known as ipfs.io. Basically, it's also for data storage. Okay, so once again, it's the same thing is there. A peer-to-peer network is there. So all our data will get, we can say, it's splitted, and then they will stored in the form of peer-to-peer network. So this project is known as ipfs.io. Let me paste this also. So suppose if you want, you can also check this project, a good project. Okay, so this is also same thing. So just install the software there, and you can say the web of tomorrow. You can say the this is the web of tomorrow. That's why we told you that it's all about web 3.0. So we are moving towards the web 3.0. Okay, so that's why why this IPFS is required, because IPFS is going to replace the HTTP protocol. So you all know about it, protocol known as HTTP. It stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. So whenever we search any content, it will go into server, and then it will check the resource record there, and then we'll get a response. We call them as a HTTP request and HTTP response. Okay, so that thing will be replaced by this IPFS. Okay, this also we can say a use case for the cloud technology, and we can say they are quite we can say easy to use. And the main thing that you can trace your transactions there, because in case of HTTP, we are unable to trace all these transactions, because there is no transparency there, because we never know that from where these pages are coming. So whenever we type on this browser, whenever we use this HTTPS connections now, what it will do, it will just create a request there on the server, and then from server it will bring all the pages there. Okay, but in case of IPFS, what it will do, it will just locate your files there, because IPFS it's also based on the decentralized platform. Okay, so you may just refer this project there. So you can install on your machine, and then it will divide all your files, all your data, and then you can just locate your data there, and you may also compare with the other traditional platforms which are there. Okay, so for the same you require the Go language. Okay, so if you want to implement the entire thing, you can just go install this JavaScript, and then also install this Go platform. So basically these are two platforms for how this IPFS basically work. Okay, so these are the platform for the cloud, but there is one more tool known as Storage.io. Let me show you once again. Yeah, there is one more project for this decentralized cloud. Okay, cookies. Now because of the privacy, once again, same thing. Yeah, so there is one more tool known as Storage.io. Basically, it's for once again for storage. Okay, so and it's free. Yeah, so the same thing is there. All your decentralized cloud storage will be there. Okay, so what they will do, they will also just use the concept which is decentralized, and this same thing, all your data will be secure. You can just read this, all this, your data is secure against all this malicious code, the ransomware, and all this data breach. All these things will be avoided. Okay, so if you are hosting your data in this storage now, basically your data will be secure against all the ransomware, malicious code, Trojan horse, and all this kind of malwares now will be safe and secure. Basically, it's a private thing, because once again you can locate your data there. Okay, and they are using the highly, we can say, the encryption algorithms which are there, and the main thing that they are available. Okay, so and they're also S3 compatible, so they're compatible with the bucket also. Okay, and they're also open source. So these are a few projects basically which you can just check for this decentralized storage thing. If you want to learn more about all these projects now, just download all these applications there. Just download the tools from the website, and you may use these tools for your data storage purpose. Okay, so this is all about, we can say, how the cloud is going to get replaced. Okay, so how we can say the post-cloud world. So the post-cloud world will be based on this decentralized storage platforms. So this is how our data can get stored in this decentralized manner. Okay, so these are the projects for this decentralized blockchain. Now a few applications are also there on blockchain. Suppose I had told you now, in case of that browsing, I've shown you that basically in case of browsing we can use that Brave browser for searching. Same thing now, how the Google is going to get replaced. So basically for Google we can say there is one search engine known as pre-search. There is one search engine known as pre-search. Okay, so basically pre-search is based on the, we can say, decentralized, and it's a decentralized search engine. Okay, so we can say pre-search is going to replace the Google, because whenever we type, whenever we search any content on Google now, all our data can, we can say, all our data, all our files get stored in that Google search history. Okay, so this pre-search is based on the, we can say, the blockchain ecosystem. The pre-search is based on the decentralized ecosystem, and you can say a privacy can be achieved if you're using this pre-search. Okay, because usually whenever we use the Google now, Google is tracking all our activities. You may use that Google dashboard. I think you might have seen that Google dashboard. It will show you all your account activity. So whatever data you are having now on Google, you can just check all this data. But if you're using this pre-search, so pre-search is decentralized search engine. It is totally decentralized, we can say, because there is multiple nodes are there. So whenever we search any content now, all our data gets stored, we can say, in this pre-search platform. And apart from this one, there is one more tool known as search.brave.com. So usually there is one more platform for searching, and it's also based on the blockchain platform, and that platform is known as search.brave.com. Okay, so if you want to search any content, you may also use this Brave search engine. Okay, I think it's only right now it's in beta phase because it's only 1 month of installation. So usually you can say this Brave search is also being useful. Okay, so you may also use this Brave search Brave. Okay, So for searching any content, if you want to search, just use these platforms, because we know that how Google is tracking us. Okay, you all know that Google is also having more data. Okay, so because ultimately data is new oil. So whenever we search anything on the Google now, all our traces are there, all our footprints are there with Google. Okay, and if you want to check, just open that Google dashboard, and you can upload all the data there, because all your data sets are there in this Google. Okay, and suppose if you want to get your data, you may also use any other service. For example, just get my data and all these things, because they are following this privacy regulations. They are following this GDPR regulation and this CCPA. So that's why they are showing you all this data. Okay, that's why all these companies are showing you data. So whenever we can say, whenever we use that Facebook or Google, or whenever you use any other application now, they collect our data. So if you want to get your data back, you may just use that service known as just get my data. Okay, so suppose if you want to get your data back from the Google, so you may use this service. I think it's earlier it was only for Europe, but right now it's working. So I tested on a few websites. Okay, so if you want to check now how they are collecting your data now, so you may use this website known as just get my data. Just open this website known as just get my data, and you can obtain your data. Okay, so from, we can say, from web 1.0 we have used an Alibaba, or we can say the Apple, Amazon, whatever you are using now, whatever if you are any app you are using now, just go to this website known as just get my data, and then open any website. No, for example, I just going for this Facebook, huh? Okay, so you can just open this, click on this Facebook, and then show info. Click on this show info. So basically, it will give you the complete process how to get your data back from Facebook. Okay, so you will see here for Facebook, you have to go to the URL provided by and follow the instructions there. So log into your account there, and then you can access a summary of your data or only copy. So suppose if you want your data back from Facebook, just follow the process there, which is there. Okay. So not only for Facebook, you can also demand from, we can say, Apple, Amazon, Adobe, Alibaba. So many vendors are there on this website. Also from Google, LinkedIn, also from Microsoft, from Netflix, from Mozilla. Multiple vendors are there. Okay. So you may use this tool. You may just use this tool to check and to get your data back. Okay, so because we know that all these companies are having our data with them. So if you want to check your data, you may just refer this website, just use this tool, and they will provide you the path there, how to obtain your data. You may just use it. Okay, so that's why we need this blockchain ecosystem. Why? Because you can see how they're collecting our data, and so many brokers are also there. Yeah, because of the time constraint now, I'm having only around 1.5 hours, I think. That's why. So because of time constraint, I want to show you. Otherwise, so many practicals are there, so many tactics are there, so many compliances are there, so many regulatory bodies are there. You may just refer the process there, and you will find that all our data gets stored on their servers. And still, if you want to check your data, you may use these platforms to get your data back. So that's why the entire game is all about data. The entire game is all about data. In Hindi ना, we used to say that basically कि ये पूरा जो खेल हो रहा है ना, ये डेटा के लिए हो रहा है अल्टीमेटली. हमारे यहाँ टाटा, बिरला, अंबानी इतने सालों से जो है वो इतना काम करते रहे, बट वो टॉप 10 में नहीं जगह बना पाए. बट 2000 we can say 96 में स्टार्ट हुआ गूगल, 2001 में स्टार्ट हुआ अमेजॉन, 2004 में स्टार्ट हुआ फेसबुक, आज टॉप 5 में एग्जिस्ट करता है. हाउ? Just because of this data only. So that's why this technology, you can say, this technology is a need of time. And believe me, within 4 to 5 years, because in India also there are so many regulatory bodies are there, and they are also working on this technology. Just before today goes now, I think one statement was there from RBI that RBI is also working on this CBDC model, the model for a new currency. In India, so many I think the NPCI is working in India. Hyderabad, from Hyderabad itself, I think the government of Telangana, they're also working with Tech Mahindra. They're also working with Tech Mahindra on this technology. So many we can say companies are also there, and they all are using the same platforms, and they are working to build the blockchain ecosystem. So in future, we will see that so many platforms will be there also from India, and all our data will get stored on this blockchain itself. Okay, so now let me show you a few more examples on this applications part. Okay, for registry, if you want to check for that, there's a company from I think from they're also from Hyderabad. The company is known as Zebi. I think the name of vendor is Zebi. The name of vendor is Zebi, and they're also from Hyderabad, basically. So Zebi is also working on this blockchain ecosystem, and I think they are working with Rajasthan government. So they are having a few products also on the blockchain ecosystem. So basically, Zebi is all about that blockchain big data, because in blockchain also now so many data has been there. So Zebi is also working, and they are working for this smart contract, for this Oracle, for this identity, for the governance. So they are having multiple projects. Okay, so they are also having this platform, and they're also using the same platform for all the forensics and all the for audits and all for this credentials and all these things. But the main thing now on which they is working, so they are working on the supply chain management. They are working on this supply chain management. They are using this SCM platform basically. I think they are working with the Rajasthan government on this KYC also, I think, for the customer verifications. So we can say multiple platforms are there and multiple projects are there, and they are coming soon, we can say, in India also. Okay, so this is a big ecosystem there. So there are few use cases are there. Yeah, also for the financial sector, because the main use case of blockchain is also there for finance sector, because usually now this blockchain basically it was used for finance sector. So in finance, we know that suppose if you want to transfer any money from India to US, or any, you can say, if you want to perform any cross-border transaction, so what you will do, you will use the SWIFT system. SWIFT, SWIFT, SWIFT. So basically what we do, we use that SWIFT system for a cross-border transaction. We require that SWIFT ID for doing any cross-border transaction. So it's quite lengthy process. It's quite lengthy process, and it will take more time, and multiple third parties will get involved in the same process. Okay, so that's why this is quite lengthy process, quite complex, and so many parties are involved, and it's also, we can say, costly. Okay, so for the same now, the new platform will be there known as Ripple blockchain. So now basically what Ripple will going to do, Ripple will going to solve that problem. Ripple will going to, you can say, replace that SWIFT system. And how they're going to do, they are going to do the same system. They are going to adopt the blockchain ecosystem. So they are having their own blockchain through which we can say the faster transactions can be performed, and they can replace the entire finance system. Okay, so once again, it will be decentralized, distributed, where all these things can be done. Okay, and you may also check the client name. Okay, let me show you the client name also. So you may also check the client's name. I think from India, I think the HDFC Bank was there. I think, I'm not sure. I think HDFC Bank and this was a client. Okay, so basically Ripples are going to solve these issues for the cross-border transactions. Okay, so they are going to we can say minimize the issues of the cross-border payment system. Okay, so Ripple is there. Okay, for then few more we can say projects are there for land record registry, for voting, for logistics, for healthcare sector, for identity management, for watching your we can say applications such as for Facebook, there is one project known as Steemit. For we can say for WhatsApp, there is a project known as Libri. So many projects are there in the blockchain ecosystem, and they all are going to replace the traditional web, or we can say they all are there to replace the web 1.0 and 2.0. And you can also see about it, the voting will be also there in future. All our voting will be done through this blockchain ecosystem. Okay, so we can say this voting, sometimes some allegations were there also on the voting machines now, that they are being tampered. So in future, you will see that trust can be achieved using this blockchain based voting system. Okay, so no need to be there in the long queues, because usually now whenever we see that during on the voting now, long queues were there for just for vote. So no need for this long queues. Okay, trust can be maintained. No need for having all this voting machines and all these things. Just go on the blockchain, just use your ID, and you can perform your vote. Okay, and right now I think that the IIT is working with the Election Commission, and they are trying to build the ecosystem for the voting environment. Okay, so I think in future we may expect that in India also now that voting will be done through this blockchain platform. Okay, and there is one project known as Follow My Vote. There is some project known as Follow My Vote. You may just open this project, just Google it, known as Follow My Vote. So this project is there, I think, from US itself, and in India we may expect this that IIT is working with this Election Commission, and they are going to solve this issue regarding voting also. So no need to be there in long queues, no need to be go in the long queues and stand there for vote. Okay, just go to online, use your hash code, use your that keys with you, and you may just perform the voting there. So you can say this is going to help us, and it will be tamper proof, and trust will be maintained. Okay, so this is the ecosystem for the same thing. Same thing is also there for land record registry, because we have seen multiple times that bhoo mafias were there. Okay, we read multiple times that bhoo mafias were there. So what they do, they just we can say they just we can say take the properties. Okay, so no need for this bhoo mafias. They will get just eliminated. So basically, few companies were there, and they are working on this land record registry. So they're going to solve all these issues in the blockchain ecosystem. They're going to solve the issues regarding that documentation. They're going to solve the issues of the tampering of documentation. Okay, and they're also going to minimize its bhoo mafia concept. Okay, so in future we can say there will be no bhoo mafia, and all your data will be there on land record. So I think the Delhi government and Rajasthan, and I think Hyderabad, the Telangana, and I think also from Karnataka. So they are working on this project known as land record registry. So all these governments are working on this project to how to secure our data. So they're also using this blockchain technology. They're also using this technology for we can say data storage and this the application part. Okay. So thank you all for listening me. Any query, please let me know. I know I was a little bit fast because of the time constraint. So please let me know if you have any question or any queries. I will happy to answer.
Pranay, we do not have any questions here, but we have one question on YouTube Live. So they ask, how will blockchain change the way we do banking?
Yeah, good question. Basically, now for banking, I will say now there is one ecosystem known as a DeFi, known as a decentralized finance. So basically, in blockchain, basically they're having an ecosystem known as a DeFi ecosystem. So I've shown you now the project known as that Ripple now. So basically, for cross-border, you may refer this project. So they are for payment network. So they are going to replace the we can say the SWIFT system. So no need for any third parties, no need for any intermediaries. Just use this Ripple platform. Just use the address there and just perform the transaction there. So this is a project for payment system. But if you want to learn more about the banking system now, you may just refer this DeFi Pulse. This DeFi is for decentralized finance system. You may just refer this project, this you can say the use case DeFi. And in this DeFi now, the main thing is that lending and borrowing, all these things can be minimized. So no need for intermediaries. Ultimately, the main goal of blockchain is to eliminate the we can say third parties. Is to perform the fast transactions. Okay, so in case of banking now, no, we can say in case of banking, suppose if you want to lend your money, and suppose if you want to borrow some money, so just go on this DeFi, this decentralized finance, just lend your money there, and you'll find multiple borrowers are also there. So they will pay you a good interest amount. Okay, so DeFi is you can say the ecosystem where which is, you can say it can be used in also in the banking system, and right now in India also. I think the news was there from July itself, just before 2 months ago, that around 18 banks from India, I think, yeah, around 18 banks from India, and they all are working for this blockchain ecosystem. They are trying to build an ecosystem for the faster transactions, how we can perform the faster transactions, okay, and no for multiple KYCs. Right now, we know that if you want to go for, if you're doing any, if you want to open your account now, what we require to go for KYC. Okay, so in case of blockchain now, no need for multiple KYCs. Just go for only one KYC, and that KYC is going to help you globally. You can open your account anywhere in the world with this system. So by this DeFi now, you can just check this project there. So many projects are there for lending. If you want to check about the lending and borrowing, then derivative, exchange, all these things are there. Okay, so you may just refer this tool to this DeFi Pulse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pranay. And we have one more question. I think that's the burning question everyone would have. Should we invest in crypto?
Basically, for crypto, I will suggest you that in India still there is no regulations regarding cryptocurrencies.
Right.
They have, that's why I have not touched that point regarding investment. But it will depend upon your, I will say it's your own decision. Okay. But before investing in the cryptocurrencies, I will say you to check all the, you can say, the issues which are there.
Right.
Just check about the wallet address there, the exchange from where do you want to own all these things. Okay. So it's your own decision. So we may expect, but I think till December, I think we may expect some regulations there. I think the winter season is there, so from which we can expect that government is going to plan on this regulation, either going to skip or ban. But they are going to come with this CBDC concept. So by December, we are going for this private blockchain. So in respect from December itself, that Indian government is also going to plan on this CBDC. So as per the RBI regulations and all these norms are there. So yeah.
Thank you. I hope that answers your question. So be careful before investing in crypto.
Yeah, because risk is there, because huge risk is there. So just check all these issues which are there,
Right.
the address, wallet address, how to verify this address, and you may use it. Okay, but if you want, you can just check all these things and go for it.
Do we have any more questions for Pranay? We can have it in the chat box. So Pranay, it was a very insightful session. I personally learned a lot about decentralized cloud storage and the concept where you compare the pricing for Amazon Web Services and SIA Cloud. It really caught my attention there. So I would definitely personally go and look out for this, because some concepts were really new and they were like very progressive in nature, and I think this would definitely help people who are watching on live and over here on call as well.
Thank you.
With this, I really thank you to accept the call for speaker, and we hope to see you next year as well in our conference.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you
for being a part of KleapCon.
Thank you.
And with this being our last session, everyone, I would close KleapCon Day 1 today. And I was immensely excited when today I started in the morning thinking, how will it go? But I feel we have done tremendously well. I have a lot of followers on YouTube watching live. I have good participation here, interesting questions, brainstorming. Totally loved the vibe over here. And with this, I would like to say bye-bye for today. I will be here back tomorrow for day 2 of KleapCon, 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. So please, please, please join in tomorrow as well, everyone. We will have a lot of other amazing sessions as well with a lot of amazing speakers. With this, ta-da, bye-bye. Have a good evening.